Let me bring to order our Charter Commission meeting for today. Before we approve the agenda, I want to read it because it's a little bit different so that it's on the record. Our first session today will be from Dr. Eve Kamey, who's going to talk about school turnaround. Then our second session will be with Dr. Steve Canavero, who is going to discuss, some of the background of charter commissions and gives a little history and then bring it down so it applies to what we're doing here in Tennessee. He will have two sessions for us, one early lunch and then right after lunch. Then we will have state ethics training from Joanna Collins. And then we will do a review of the open meetings and open record law that Angie Sanders will lead. And then at the very end of the day, we will do some commission meeting work. We will talk about committees. We'll talk about approving our meeting dates, and then just a few other odds and ends and any questions. And that will conclude our day, which hopefully, if we stay on track, you all will be back on the road, and I'll be heading back to Chattanooga around 4 o'clock this afternoon. So with that, I would like to have a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved. Second.
Apologize.
Yes.
Can we call the roll first?
Oh, sorry.
And then we can do that.
That
I
got you.
apologize.
Nope, no problem.
Commissioner Henson,
Here.
Commissioner Levine,
Here.
Commissioner Patterson,
Here.
Commissioner Pierce,
Here.
Commissioner Cisnet,
Here.
Commissioner Smith,
Here.
Commissioner Tucker,
Here.
Vice Chair Richards,
Here.
Chairman Griscom.
Here. Well, I almost got it right this morning. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve today's agenda. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those noes, ayes have it. Thank you very much. And now I need to, without objection and pursuant to our commission meeting policy, that we will move into a committee of the whole. Is there any objection to doing so? Seeing none, then we are now in a committee of the whole. So with that, I will remind our speakers today, please state your name, your title and organization, and so we will start with Dr. Kamey.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Eve Carney. I am the Chief Districts and Schools Officer at the Tennessee Department of Education. Appreciate the opportunity to be back with you again this morning. I moved over here not because I don't love good company, but I thought it was easier to see most of you from this angle. But appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning to share an overview of our school turnaround framework, knowing that your role is a part of that framework and one of the tiers of intervention. But I thought it was helpful context to share where we are going as a department in our Best for All strategic plan. I wanted to make sure also with this morning I leave time for questions because I know you will have questions. I think we need to make sure that you all are clear on kind of where we are going, and then how your work will intersect with that. So that's what we will do. We will go over the framework. We will spend a little bit of time talking about transition and how we are working with current schools to transition, and then discuss next steps, spending some time on our Tier 3 intervention at that. But looking forward to what I know will be a great morning and conversation. So this slide highlights the 3 strategic priorities. Academics, whole child, and educators. While you don't see school turnaround up there in one of the 3 colored blocks, I feel for the schools that we serve, our priority schools, our focus schools, really these 3 strategic priorities are critical for us to get right for kids, making sure that for every student there are high quality instructional materials, effective teachers and leaders, and those additional supports that every student needs to come to class ready to learn, prepared to learn. So Best for All for me means ensuring that all students, regardless of where they live, receive an excellent education. So the purpose of today is just to review that current draft with you, answer questions you may have, and talk through the implications for the Achievement School District as it relates to the Charter Commission. So I wanted to start by just setting that framework for you. And so, next slide. We will talk through the theory of action first. As we were with stakeholder groups, as we were talking internally, having discussions with partners, we began to think through all of the lessons that we have learned. As a state, we are in a space where we have a history of having a state turnaround district to learn from and to make adjustments to the model. But what we know to be true is that we must start with a leader and that has the empowerment to build a culture where teachers feel supported and students and parents are partners in that work, making sure that they have the appropriate resources, especially adaptive learning technology, knowing that many students in our school, and Tess even referenced this yesterday, come to school years more than a year behind in many cases, so making sure we have appropriate instructional supports to meet kids where they are and to move them forward. Investing in teachers, knowing that we have to get the people right in the building, whether that's the leader of the building or the teacher in front of kids, ensuring that we are staffing our schools with the highest quality teacher and leader, making sure that data drives our decisions, and so it's not someone's opinion or gut instinct about what needs to happen here, but things that we look across multiple points of data to make those real-time decisions, knowing that if we get the leader, the materials, the teachers, the data right, that we will support students in growing academically across our priority schools. So when we thought about the framework and what was guiding us, we felt strongly, this is kind of the push and pull for me. We know and research supports that turnaround takes time, 5-7 years, sometimes longer. It is also, on the other side of that, the most urgent work that we do at the department. Students are in these schools today. They are in desks today, and they do not sit still while we figure this out. And so it's very urgent work, but it's also very thoughtful work and work that we have to continue to push and move forward on for the sake of students. We know that the community must play an active role in the long-term development of a model that ensures that, and I said this before, like 10 years from now, we're not talking about the same set of schools. We know that, and our guiding principle is that the longer a school is identified as a priority school, the role of the department must change. It must become more prescriptive and more intensive. Knowing that we need the necessary intervention of the Achievement School District, acknowledging that it will look different going forward, but that it's still a necessary component in the overarching framework. And finally, this is the long game. There is no short-term fix. There is no silver bullet. This takes discipline, consistency, collaboration, I should add that, and just really clear structures to support lasting improvement in schools. So this is the model. The request was to simplify. We heard from a number of stakeholders that the model was very complicated that was originally submitted in our ESSA plan. And I will own the fact that I was one of the authors of that and developed it, because I do feel like it's not simple. However, when we think about how families and parents and communities are looking at the data, we needed a more simplified model to discuss what's happening across our schools. And so the framework looks like this. At the bottom, you see focus schools. These are schools who have student groups who are underperforming. So it could be that the overall school is doing better. However, individual student groups are performing at very low levels. Some even, if it were its own school, would be in the bottom 5%. So those are schools that are not priority yet, but if we don't move toward support, they will become the next list of schools. So starting with the orange, that would be Tier 1, and we call that improvement. We'll walk through a little more detail in a moment. Tier 2 is turnaround, and Tier 3 is going to be transformation when I get enough space in that box to fit that. But for the purpose of today's discussion, the transformation tier, tier 3, is the Achievement School District. So in our thinking around tier 1, we are looking to think about how do we support districts? Because at the end of the day, these are district schools. And so as we develop a model, our hope is that we are empowering districts, supporting them both financially and otherwise to turn around their schools. We need them to be successful in tier 1. And so this tier is really focused on building that district capacity where they have more voice and control over the interventions that they use for their schools. Of course, there are some evidence-based requirements in ESSA that overlay all of this, but really this is intended to be very district-driven in the initiatives. We play that supporting role and offer resources, both financial and otherwise, to ensure success. This tier, which we expect will be about 50% of our priority schools, will be overseen by our Assistant Commissioner of School Improvement and 3 regional directors. And they are currently in place at the department now. And currently this team of 4 supports 90 schools, plus some support to focus schools, but clearly there's a capacity issue there. What we are thinking of in terms of funding for this tier would be every school getting $50,000 with an opportunity for another 50 competitive. We feel like this is really when we talk about district-led turnaround, it could be that the district could say, you know, the priority schools I have are all elementary, so I'm going to use that for a district-led intervention across all my schools. Or they may say, you know, these schools are very different in what they need, and so there could be district autonomy to say certain pieces are going to be operated at the district level, but then the school leader will have some autonomy in that space there. Yes?
So if I understand this, say you have a district that has 10 schools
Correct.
in this, so then they would get, the district itself would get $500,000.
Yes.
And they would determine how to allocate. Are there any guardrails on how that money is being spent by the district? I'm assuming it has to be spent to improve those
Absolutely.
schools, but what are those like specific guardrails? And while I'm asking,
Yep.
if those schools are in this tier for a certain subgroup, is there any requirement that the funds be directly connected to work in that subgroup?
Both really good questions, Wendy, and I will, Commissioner Tucker, sorry. What I would say is this: there are absolutely guardrails around all 3 tiers. There, what we have, and it's not in this deck today, but I'm happy to come back another time and share kind of the very specific interventions that are under educator, whole child, and academics. But really, it must be directed. So those funds must support evidence-based practices within tier 1. So yes, there are definite guardrails. Those guardrails get tighter in tier 2 than they do in tier 1. Your question about the student groups, focus schools currently, the additional targeted support schools historically have gotten a small amount of funding that absolutely must be spent on the student group for which they are identified. So this is kind of the model for tier 1.
May I ask sorry to interrupt, may I
Oh,
ask
of course.
a dummy orientation question?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the 90 number that you used is roughly like 5% of the number of schools in the state?
That is correct.
Okay.
So Tennessee identifies 5% lowest performing schools across the state. Title, non-title, just 5%. Typically, that's around 90 schools. And so in addition to that, we are by federal law required to identify focus schools. Currently, we have 184 focus schools. And so part of that is trying to look for trends of data across student group, geographics, to figure out the right support model. We will be leaning on our core offices, our regional offices, to provide some of that support. However, what we know is that there are pockets around the state of some are universal, but some are very kind of isolated, so trying to develop a model for that. But 90 typically is the number of priority schools that we are serving. Those are identified once every 3 years. However, a school can exit priority status every year. They just come on the list once every 3 years, but have an opportunity to exit each year based on performance.
Thank you.
I should have clarified that. My apologies for not framing that on the front end. So tier one is about really trying to build up the district's capacity to sustain the work long-term. We hope that with the right levels of support, that many schools will exit priority status from this tier. However, if that is not, if we are not seeing data trending in the appropriate direction, we have the autonomy to move them into a higher tier, which would be tier two.
Just quick question.
Yes.
So if they're in this tier and they get additional resources.
Yes.
And then they're privileged enough to get out of that tier, do they then lose those resources?
So clearly, that is one of the issues we've talked about and referred to often as the funding cliff that happens. So what's the incentive to get off the list if you lose funding? One of the things that's in the federal, like there are restrictions as to which schools can benefit from these school improvement federal dollars. However, there is flexibility in the federal statute that could allow you a year of transition support. It unfortunately isn't something that we've done yet because we have 90 schools, 100. We're trying to make those hard decisions to prioritize resources as best we can, but clearly something that we have learned as a state is a concern. And so thinking about sustainability is something that, of course, if we are fortunate to receive additional funding through the state legislature, we would be thinking through how to develop some sustainability or kind of ongoing supports and as they come off the list as well. Great question, though. So tier two, again, the role of the department becomes more prescriptive, and what we are building in here are some very tight guardrails to say, we will tell you what must happen in those areas of academics, whole child, and educators. But these are not just suggested practices, these are musts, more so than in tier one. We know that these schools are still sitting in their districts, but we've put forth a requirement that 80% of the funds must go down to schools. So you see at the bottom, the funding level, we anticipate between $300,000 and $500,000 per school, but for those funds are very specific actions and activities that must happen. For example, in the academics space, they must adopt and train teachers on high-quality instructional materials, science of reading, things of that nature. For educators, the department and the district must mutually agree on the hiring of the principal. Level 3, 4, and 5 teachers. There's a number of pieces built in to each of those tiers for tier two. We did want to put an option, go back please, an option in there for a partner-led in tier two. We didn't feel like the charter option should be specific to the Achievement School District because it could very well be that a district says, I agree with all of this, we just simply don't have the capacity to do that. So we wanted to build in a partner-led option in tier two as well as, of course, tier three we'll talk about in a moment. The change here.
Excuse me, Dr. Carney, just a quick question around the
Yes.
partner-led piece. Would that mean, or do you envision that outside of a charter that there could be a different type of partner?
Potentially, yes. There could be a contract school, but again, that would be decided in partnership with the department, ensuring that it's a high-quality partner or provider. But typically, we were thinking if a district wanted to convert that to a charter school or seek a charter partner was our primary thinking there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. One of the big changes we're making here in tier two, for as long as I've been at the department, which is almost 12 years, and watching kind of the evolution of the Achievement School District, historically it has been very separate from the other work that's happening at the agency, rather than kind of a progression of a step that may be necessary at some point. And so as we redeveloped this model, rather than having a separate superintendent just for the ASD, we will be seeking a state turnaround superintendent who will be charged with overseeing tiers 2 and 3. And the reason we felt that was important is at the end of the day, we want all schools to improve. And so we wanted a superintendent that was as invested in tier 2 success rather than building a portfolio just for the Achievement School District. So we are in the process of the solicitation for a search firm has gone out. It closed on the 14th, and we will be moving forward with the selection of that state turnaround superintendent. So this will be additional support for the 90 priority schools across the state. In addition, there will be 3 regional superintendents just focusing on Tier 2 and Tier 3. So just as a tier, we have 3 regional directors for Tier 1. We will have another 3 for Tiers 2 and the ASD. And our vision for this is that these superintendents are in these schools, are in these districts, and they're working with them such that should it become necessary to transition that school into the Achievement School District, the superintendent, the regional assistant regional superintendents will have been there. They will become familiar with the community, with the strengths of those buildings, and it will be more in partnership rather than in kind of the manner in which schools have entered the ASD in the past. Yes?
So just like you talked about how schools would go, if they don't turn around, they go up a tier.
Yes.
Schools here, if they're successful, can go down a tier, or would they be out of this whole, or would it depend on their success?
It would probably depend upon their success. Clearly, we know that this takes time, and so it may be that a school would stay in Tier 2. They're showing gains, that it feels like the appropriate level of support, and they may stay in Tier 2 until they exit the priority list. It would really be if they are trending in the wrong direction that we would have discussions about taking the step to move them.
And whose decision will that be ultimately on where, I mean, I'm asking because I think it's important to figure that piece out, but I'm also asking because if you're a district that's getting $500,000 in this turnaround space, and then suddenly you go down to the 50,000 or
Sure.
to no, and I get the sustainability, like you don't use that money to hire staff that
That's
you're
right.
then gonna lose, or, that's a big disincentive to get out of turnaround
Understood.
in some ways.
Absolutely. And currently, we have schools that are funded annually at this level. So this is not something that's new. One of the things that is new in this model is that it's very prescriptive. But I do see your point about what's the incentive for getting off the list. And so part of what we will be considering is what does that step down or step out support be. I think what we will find is that many schools will probably, even within Tier 2, it could be an adjustment in their allocation as a step down before they exit the priority list. But those are the things that we are fleshing out as we speak about what that looks like. What in terms of funding, just for context, the current priority schools are supported by a 7% set aside of the state's Title I allocation, which means about $20 million a year, approximately, to support these 90 schools, as well as the focus schools that I mentioned earlier. So clearly that is, limited resources means those tougher decisions. We felt like with Tier 2, this is the place where we hope that the incentive is strong enough for districts to get this right so that they do not go into the ASD.
Right, and theoretically, I mean, I think for the most part, they want to serve kids well too,
Absolutely.
right? I worry about the financial, like figuring out the math
Yep.
affecting, what happens with kids, but just to go back to my first question on who makes that decision, like who in this model makes the decision on this tier moving?
So that would be done at the department, the state turnaround superintendent, in consultation with me, in consultation with our assistant commissioner of school improvement, but also with input from the folks who are in districts. This is not something, I've never been one feels like I have all the answers. I don't. I think those are best informed in partnership, and so that would happen. We would obviously, have data-informed decisions. There are lots of steps along the way in terms of mandate, like milestone visits for Tier 2. These superintendents will be in schools monthly. And so there will be lots of ongoing discussion in that space as we consider tier movement, knowing that 3 years from now we'll have another set of schools coming onto the list. So important to think those things through. And so, next slide. So this slide, I've been given a hard time about this slide. How much more could you fit on a single slide, but here it is. Starting at the top and working down, you'll notice as schools move from Tier 1 to 2 to 3, the funding increases, but the district's autonomy in those decisions decreases. That is intentional in a way that, getting the support to districts at that right touch point, ensuring that the department is using its resources where most needed. You'll see also kind of the designations. Tier 1, 2, and 3 are all priority schools. So again, important to remember, we're still talking about the bottom 5% of schools across the state in performance. So I think it's important that we work closely with districts in each of those tiers and support them in that way. You'll notice on the support type for the focus schools, it's really about why they were identified versus tier 1 focusing on that capacity building so that districts can sustain the growth. Very prescriptive in tier 2. Tier 3 is that long-term commitment for more whole school transformation. Our level of involvement will increase over time as well as schools move through the tiers. I want to spend just a moment on the very bottom of the slide because I think folks at first glance could say, you mean you could be a priority school for 10 years and not have intervention with the ASD? It is not a progression to say that a school will come into tier 1, spend 3 years there, move into tier 2, spend 6 years there, only to ultimately end in the achievement school district. When the list is run in the fall of 21, we will place schools on these 3 tiers. Not everyone starts fresh at tier 1. And there's a slide in a moment that we will look at some of those data indicators that will help to inform those decisions on tier placement. But then what we would be looking at annually is, are these the right place for these schools? Are we seeing the gains that we expect, knowing that as schools move up, there is the need to have that tier 3 intervention where if districts, even with significant support financially and otherwise, are not able to turn those schools, then we will take that necessary step. But I did want to clarify that it's not automatic that every school is not starting into tier 1 in that space. But I think you'll see when I show you a couple of the data indicators how that might work. So tier 3 is the achievement school district and the one that you will most likely have lots of questions about. As you all understand, this is a very crazy time right now in terms of the achievement school district of budget season. I will share with you what I can share with you today, and I'm happy to come back and share additional detail in the weeks and months to come as those information become more public. The theory of change is a little bit different from the ASD than it is for school turnaround. You'll see some parallels, but really what we know is that we must identify, develop, and support, I would say, local leadership to create these cultures where teachers feel valued, kids feel safe, and are ready to learn. That is one thing that I feel like, having lived through the first almost decade of the Achievement School District, knowing that there are things that we got right and knowing that there are places where we absolutely can and must improve. Part of that is that local investment in teachers and leaders in the communities and kind of capitalizing on what is already happening in those communities as it relates to national and local partners. There's a lot of good work happening, and there's no need to reinvent the wheel for all of these pieces when there are others who care as deeply as I do and at the department for the success of these schools. So capitalizing on what is already working well, providing resources, continuous engagement. We've done 6 stakeholder sessions in the fall, 4 more in January. We have 6 more scheduled for April, as well as ongoing meetings with stakeholders to get input and making sure that this work is absolutely grounded in community. But knowing that it takes time to build trust, it takes time to mend what didn't work, and owning the fact that we must evolve for the sake of getting this right for kids. We know and learn that despite the best of intentions, that the ASD grew very quickly and demand outpaced supply, and as such, we did not see the success to scale that we had wanted or anticipated. And as a department, we must own that. I must own that and move forward basing our decisions on lessons learned. We know that it was a model that was too large to be effective at that time. That community voice must be part of that. as well as utilizing that local talent and partnership. I mentioned earlier, turnaround is not an easy thing. It is a very challenging body of work, even as we continue those ongoing discussions of trying to attract high-quality operators. Many of those really, it's harder to find partners who want to do turnaround. It's very challenging work, as you might expect.
Dr. Carney?
Yes.
And let me, for the record, because I couldn't read my own writing, it's Dr. Carney.
Yes,
So
sir.
I went,
No problem.
where does a local school district fit into this? At what point, when I look at your fourth bullet, local talent partnership, does that also include, like, take Chattanooga, the Hamilton County school system would be involved at some point, trying to figure out, is there a partnership role there? Because I know the model in Chattanooga is different. It's a different model
Right.
than was in other parts of the state. So
Yes.
can you help me understand, that role? And at some point, are you trying to help get that school district in a position where they are able to step in and have more of a role?
I'm actually glad that you mentioned that, because I will say that what the department has been partnering with Hamilton County to do in their partnership network probably would be more of a tier 2 intervention. So our work and our involvement with districts is probably in that tier 2 space, very ongoing engagement with district leadership to turn around schools. Once a school is placed in the achievement school district, the role of the district kind of goes away for a period of time. One of the things that I feel like has been a misconception is that the achievement school district in some way was originally, from its intent, from its legislative intent, was never a permanent place. It was intended as an intervention to say, we've identified schools, we're going to remove those schools, build them up, and give them back. And so that is the piece that I feel like has gotten very distorted over time. We are returning to the model of, my belief is that districts are best suited to serve students. And in instances where that's not working, the state will take that necessary step. But again, in the structure that says that we have a turnaround superintendent that's as invested in tier 2 as in tier 3, to me, that's the space where that strong district partnership would happen. Because I want I want these schools out of the bottom 5% for the sake of students. And so we will be as invested, and the financial and the human capital investment in tier 2 is the space where we feel like that district engagement and pretty significant district engagement would happen. But once it moves into the achievement school district, at least for the period of time that it is in the achievement school district, the district would not play a primary role in that space. Next slide. So again, this is that necessary intervention for schools that after extensive levels of funding support, haven't seen the student growth that we would want to see. We understand, and it was helpful walking through Tessa's presentation yesterday, to say that we are looking for growth. We want to see students improving and knowing that level takes time. But in instances where we're not seeing that, we feel like that the Achievement School District is that necessary step. I think one of the things that research has indicated when they've looked at the Achievement School District over the last decade, that really it was a strong motivator to push the district to do more for schools who are underperforming. And so part of that is reshaping the Achievement School District and ensuring that a leader is set up for that true cultural shift that needs to happen in those buildings where students aren't growing, starting with that local kind of grounding of the work. And the last bullet, equally important, stabilize the school, support the school, and then help transition them back to the district where they can continue the growth that they've made. So again, the role of the district is decreased here. They would be partners in transition in and out of the Achievement School District at that time. We will hold all schools accountable to the school performance, to the A through F school grading system as required by federal law, but we will also be working with the school accountability, school performance framework and ensuring that teachers who are in front of kids in our most at-risk schools are licensed and qualified to teach the subjects that they are teaching. So here, the funding, the last thing on this slide, is that the funding is to be determined. There's a budget ask of $25 million for the Achievement School District. Clearly, while that money is earmarked, it would also be very supportive of all of the priority schools statewide. Because as I mentioned, right now it's $20 million in the federal grant that that is earmarked for school turnaround. Having these additional funds would allow us to ensure that all priority schools are funded appropriately. So part of what I've been spending a tremendous amount of time on is thinking through what I'm calling 1.0. Currently, we have 30 schools in the Achievement School District, 26 charters, 4 direct run schools. And so part of what we will be doing over the next 2.5 years is working to take the lessons learned and reset the model. So I'm going to walk through a couple of points, and again, know that you'll have lots of questions as we move through these next several slides. We will be transitioning all current ASD schools no later than the fall of '22, and that will not happen in a wholesale fashion to the Charter Commission. These schools, we are working with our direct run schools, and we'll be having individual conversation with charter operators, knowing that there are higher performing operators and there are schools that are not performing, or operators that are not performing on behalf of schools. And so we will be differentiating those discussions in the coming weeks and months so that the path forward will be clearer for those schools. Yes?
Quick question, the automatic closure law that currently exists.
Yes.
The 3-year list will be run in 2021, in August?
Yes.
Or October?
It's usually August, September.
September 2021. How many of the 30 ASD schools are at risk of automatically closing if they're on that list? Do you know?
I don't have a hard number in front of me, but I can tell you that a number of them would be at risk. Part of what we are looking at currently in terms of data would be their performance on the school performance framework that's in their contract. We're looking at TVOS growth, but we're also looking at where they are currently performing as it relates to that 5%, to know that if they are identified as on 2 consecutive lists, that would be automatic closure. I don't have that number. I'm happy to look at and get back with you on that, but there are several that would be in that space.
Okay, so the number by August 2021 could be significantly, I mean, I don't want any schools to fail, but it could be a lower number of schools that are even going through this process.
That is correct, but we are starting those conversations again with higher performing charter schools, with individual discussions with operators on the lower performing schools, and knowing that the path forward is not the same for all of those. This gives that 2.5 years is the runway for schools to apply to their district, to be authorized by their district. Currently, as you all are the appellate approval body for these schools, this would occur should they apply to their district, and there's a slide that walks us through that. But on the appeal would come to you as the appellate authorizer. We are working with individual operators. We've had discussions with them as a group and school visits, as well as we will have individual discussions with them in the weeks to come. And we are working on a framework of transition. And part of that would be for higher performing schools, making sure that there's a memorandum of understanding that in some way says to the home district, these are the conditions under which they were successful, and these are the conditions that we would like to see if they were to return to your district. So for example, facilities, authorizer fee, zoning. In some of our schools, they are the zoned school, and making sure that they're allowed to keep the students that they are currently serving, funding, et cetera, levels of autonomy, the things that you see listed here. Those are things that are happening as we speak, and again, I'm happy to come back as I can to discuss that piece further. So the school performance framework has been part of the agreement since inception, and we will be and have been working, and it on completing that framework. I will own that over the past couple of years, they have not been held accountable to it from the ASE leadership. And again, we have to own that part, but know that that has always been part of their agreement, and they have always been aware of it. But it's similar to what Tess shared yesterday. There are academic indicators, there are organizational health indicators, as well as financial indicators. We will be having those discussions, and we are going to adopt and adapt the State Board Charter Commission School Performance Framework as we reset the Achievement School District.
Dr. Carney, may I ask you a question here? You just said a minute ago that some of this has not necessarily been handled the right way. They're not fully aware of some of the shortcomings. I mean, I'm trying to paraphrase what you said. So as you're doing these reviews, will you all, as you're walking through, sort of help them understand where those shortfalls have been, so that if it comes to us, this isn't the first time that they're hearing that there were issues here, that we're building off of information that's been shared with them ahead of time, where they realize that maybe we weren't as diligent. I'll choose that word, in sort of laying out where some of the issues were and steps that should have been taken, so that there's at least some knowledge that they have some issues, and that the first time they're hearing it is not when they might be in front of us.
That's correct. So
Okay.
there have been discussions with operators who have been underperforming. What I feel like, and again, this is work that kind of I inherited, so I will speak to it as clearly as I can. But I will say that those are not unknowns to these operators, as especially in our more recent discussions with them. This would not be the first time they would be aware of that. Should they make it through a district application and then appeal to you?
So I just want to follow up on that because I had some of the same questions. So if I'm understanding what you're saying, Tess yesterday went through what the state board, the rubric that the state board
Yes.
uses to evaluate their schools, and talked about if there are does not meets or below, whatever the terminology was, that there are steps to be taken, interventions that are being taken. So
Correct.
what you're saying is that there wasn't any sort of, they knew they were failing kids, if they were failing kids,
Correct.
but the rubric wasn't necessarily followed, and follow-up and intervention and oversight didn't happen as a result, right? Is that?
There were no corrective steps,
Okay.
To my knowledge.
Okay.
And again, I've just had this work for a little
Right,
bit of time.
And we're not
But to my-
blaming.
No, but I just would say, to my knowledge, they were not given like a plan to correct some of the organizational pieces that may have not been at meets expectation. But the rubric has been, reviewed with them, and part of what they have been aware of since they signed their agreement, since they were authorized by the Achievement School District.
So I guess our, as a commission, moving forward, our lesson learned from that is to do it the way the state board has been
Without a
doing
doubt,
it.
yes.
Go through the rubric, make sure you're engaging with your schools, make sure you're supporting them, or require, doing some sort of corrective action to get them where they need to be.
Correct. And then knowing that at the end of that is always other options. But yes, that would be my recommendation, as well as what Tess walked through would be what I would consider a best practice. Other questions here? But we felt like on that last bullet, kind of aligning with the school performance framework that you all will be using going forward makes sense. Should, in the future, should there be options for other schools to be served by the Charter Commission who were in the ASD, that would not be a huge shift for schools, and it feels like a tight alignment would be helpful in that space. Next. So the timeline you see here is kind of where we are. There's a tremendous amount of work kind of baked in here, and we are now kind of in the middle of the top row, but there's still so much engagement and work to be done. We will go back into communities in April to finalize tiers 1 and 2, and then do a deeper dive on tier 3, because one of the pieces of that is we felt it was important that the new leadership for the state turnaround superintendent would have some input and voice in some of those discussions. So that is going to happen in the spring and early summer, knowing that the framework will be finalized in the late summer and fall. But again, one of the commitments from me and for the teams that I lead is that the engagement is not just on the front end, but will absolutely be ongoing, at least quarterly, as we move into what I would call the reset of the Achievement School District in the next 2.5 years, but really one that we feel like for us to be successful, it must be done in partnership. It cannot be done from Nashville, but the model we are interested in building is one that could serve schools across the state if needed, not just in an isolated area. But it's important that we do that and take the steps and the time it needs to find those high-quality operators to assist in leading schools as the new list comes out and as we reset for the 22-23 school year.
So Dr. Carney, may I ask you, is it appropriate as you're proceeding through this on a somewhat, regular basis, to share with us some type of just ongoing material, background material, so that we know progress being made, issues that you all may have been are confronting, just so we've got that as knowledge, as so we can sort of watch, not to be in the middle of what you're doing,
Sure.
but just keep us informed as it's moving.
I would be
Is that-
happy to do that.
Thank you.
I would be happy to do that. And I feel like the more we all, build kind of a common language, a common understanding, not only of kind of the structure and the framework, but really of the schools and the issues that we are seeing. Again, I want all schools to be success. I want the success regardless of whether they are an ASD school, whether they are operated by the Charter Commission or a district. That is important. And one of the things that's just going to happen with engagement, so I would be happy to do that. What you see here are some of the pieces on accountability, and again, federally we are mandated to ensure that every school is what it's called annual meaningful differentiation, and so that is in Tennessee A through F. We will utilize that here, but knowing that even within that school letter grade, there are a number of indicators in the accountability model that are captured there. But we also wanted to ensure that placement on tiers or movement of tiers was not just specific to that letter grade, because there are things that are important to consider, and that would be the number of times on the priority list, for example. I will say that we have schools in this state that have been on the state's list since 2001. So I'm going to let that just sink in for a moment, because that's the one that kind of stops me in my tracks to think that is an entire educational experience of a child. We have schools in this state where every school in the feeder pattern is a priority school. And so the importance of what you do and the importance of having high quality options for students is critical. And so I absolutely will do what is needed to support you, to support ensuring that students have high quality options. So as we think about where we place a school, those are things that we would consider. We also want to talk about, like, how are they retaining effective teachers? Are they keeping those level 3, 4, and 5 teachers? Not to inundate you, but we have a school, a priority school, that from one year to the next year, only 5 adults who were there the prior year returned the next year. That's not just teachers, that's janitors, 5 adults. That's a full reset for kids. When you think about the importance and the stability that schools offer kids, that is an important factor as we think about how we support schools. And finally, thinking about discipline, exclusionary practices, are we seeing things that also speak to the culture of that building? So as we make those hard decisions and place schools on tiers, these are the types of indicators that we will be considering. Once we complete the transition and we reset, we will set performance goals with those new operators who will be leading those schools.
Can I ask real quickly?
Absolutely.
There's still 4 direct managed schools
Yes.
in the ASD. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think might be happening with them?
So we, in the same way that we are talking about a reset with charters, we will be doing the same thing with the direct run schools. We are in talking with Shelby County currently about those schools to ensure a couple of things. That number one, kids are supported in the transition, that the adults are supported in transition, that any type of transition supports that would be needed academically or otherwise are provided, and that we want to ensure that in any type of transition that may occur, that students are either going to the same or a higher performing school. those are the types of things. But that's also something that's kind of happening in the next, right now. So as I come back, I can share more in the future, but clearly lots of moving parts, both in our office, in our districts, but also, in the department more broadly.
Dr. Carney, sorry. Could you share maybe what types of supports you imagine will be given to students with special needs? I know, particularly in the turnaround environment, there's not a lot of funding that goes toward special needs populations, and so that allows problems to persist. Can you speak of maybe some sort of intervention or funding mechanism that you see that could address that issue?
So I know that especially with charter operators in the Achievement School District, there has been concerns about funding for students with disabilities. There's a different funding model within ASD than exists in a traditional district space. So what we will absolutely do is take a look at each school and determine what is needed. One of the things we're trying to work on currently is a diagnostic to determine what is needed to ensure a smooth transition, and that could even include additional supports. Right now, I can't speak to exactly because I think every school is different. I think every school population is different. We have schools that serve more students with disabilities, and so thinking about that transition in the same way that we provide other supports around literacy or other needs, English language learners, other things, we would take those into account as we develop that transition plan.
I should have asked that question. That was a great question. So I just want to quickly, you talked a lot, we talk a lot about the schools and the number of schools and schools moving, and I want to channel my good friend Mike Edwards from the state board, and I want to look at kids.
Yep.
Do you have a number of how many students we're talking about that are in these schools that we're
So there are
discussing?
906 students in the direct run schools currently. So in the 4 direct run schools.
What about the 26
The
charters?
26 schools, their enrollment is probably, I think, the full ASD is a little over 9,000 students, so probably 8,000 students.
Okay, and then.
But a number of those, again, are sitting in the higher performing charter schools, so the transition will look very different for kids in higher performing seats than in.
And I'm not a math person, so the school that's been on the priority list since 2001, I can just imagine the number of students who have traveled through that school.
Right.
And continue to travel through. So, and I'm assuming that school hasn't been automatically closed because that law came into effect.
That school is not currently in the Achievement School District.
Okay.
Okay. So, but part of what we will be developing there would be a model that can ensure that that's a viable option for any school across the state. Next. The other big piece that we hear about with transition is facilities. For context, the schools in the Achievement School District, the buildings are owned either by Shelby County Schools or Davidson County Metro Nashville Public Schools. And so thinking about transition is as often, this is a pretty significant concern. So what we are working on currently, and again, lots of moving parts at this time, looking at potential legislative solutions as well as funding opportunities to help, and the commissioner mentioned it yesterday, thinking about how do we support high-performing charter schools to have kind of that permanent home rather than, banking on a lease with a district that may or may not be considered as that school transition. So those are legislative things that we are working on currently, but we are working on a case-by-case basis for things like facilities and inventory to ensure that we are, of course, following federal and state law, but also that supports that were intended to help kids and teachers of students follow those students where they go after the Achievement School District. Authorizing, this is saving the best for last. Currently, they're authorized by the Achievement School District. As we move into this transition and we reset, they will make application with their home district as prescribed in law. This is not currently something that we have any other option on. And know that they must first apply an appeal to their district before appealing to you. And if you'll go to the next slide, I believe this is the one with those kind of mandated steps and timelines. And so in our conversations with the charter operators currently in the Achievement School District, we have shared this information about that intent to apply, letter of intent by December the 3rd of this year. The department is offering supports to the Tennessee Charter School Center. We're going to be working with them to offer some transition supports for application during that time period between now and December the 3rd. Then you'll see the application is submitted by February the 1st. The board will review. If denied, they have an appeal option there. And then if denied, they may appeal to the Charter Commission, and the dates are specified here. And again, that just follows what's currently in statute in terms of the timeline. Unless something changes legislatively, this is the timeline from which we will be working.
Can I ask, this is a New Start application or a renewal application?
Start.
And why is that?
Because a renewal would be if they were renewing within the same district. Our legal counsel has shared that it would be because the authorizer would not be the Achievement School District. It would be a new application.
So they're going to actually have to do a full, I mean,
Correct.
that's like for the folks who haven't had the pleasure. I know
Correct.
several of you have had much of this pleasure, Commissioner Assistant. That's like the 300-page application instead of the like small packet.
Agree, and that is part of the transition supports we're trying to infuse from now until December to assist with that process.
Okay, and you're saying that your legal counsel, I mean, my concern is these are schools that are struggling already. And
Yes.
so they're gonna, I mean, it takes, usually nobody's running a school when they're creating that application. It's like a 2-year, at least 1 year process. So I am concerned that we're putting a huge burden on these schools to have to apply, which is gonna set them up to be denied, which is gonna set us up on de novo review of these new starts, which is looks like a train wreck to me.
Sure, I can understand your comment there, and it was one of the things that we went back and forth about, like, because the authorizer would be changing was the rationale behind the new application. But it's something that I'm happy to go back to him again on and let's talk further about, because to me, I want to make sure that we're not putting an undue burden, but that we're also doing our due diligence knowing that ultimately, if it comes to you, we have done our due diligence in preparing that application fully for you. But I'm happy to double check and get back with you all on that.
And I share Commissioner Tucker's concerns. And in addition to that, I have a wondering around, these schools are already in the bottom 5%.
Correct.
Working their way to get out. I really appreciate what was emphasized in the beginning, that this is a long game. This isn't you turn around in 5 years. It's
Right.
statistically impossible, right? And
Right.
so I can't imagine that a school applying as a fresh start to a district with a bottom 5% performance history, right, of schools they've inherited, would stand a chance getting a school approved, which then again puts the pressure on us to approve a school with those same standards around a fresh start versus a renewal.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I will say that of the 7 schools that earned priority exit status, 3 of those were in the Achievement School. So there are things that are going well. We have schools that have multiple years of level 5 TVOS. We have schools that are making tremendous progress, and schools that I think that districts could and should consider strongly. But I will go back on the renewal new start application and just confirm again. But that was the decision. But I'm happy to revisit that, because I certainly don't want to put an undue burden on districts. If there's a way we could avoid that.
So, Mr. Chair,
No, go ahead, and I'll come first.
I guess my question is a clarifying one, because I do agree with Commissioners Tucker and Sisnet, but the schools that would be applying as a new start, they have already done a full application some
Correct.
1 to 5 years ago.
Correct.
So they wouldn't necessarily be starting from scratch per se on creating, to your points, a 1 or 2 year process. I mean, certainly they already have the starting blocks, if you will, for the application, but they would be making some amendments or revisions to,
Yes.
you would think, to their previously successful application. But Commissioner Sisnet, you're right. If they are underperforming, that calls into another question as to whether we would be in a position to to approve something that has been chronically failing.
So I'm learning this because these are people who've been involved in it. So my question is there any way, because I've seen in my home county some of the applications and
Yes.
things you have to do. Is there any way, as you're working through this, to monitor whether some of these schools are able to create this huge document? And would there be any support if that's necessary to make sure that they don't fail because they can't put the application
Sure.
together? They fail because of the reasons that, when you look at it, but it's not because they didn't know how to actually get all the material together.
Right, and that's really the partnership that we're in the process of working with the Tennessee Charter School Center for that application support and ensuring that a higher performing charter school would have time for application assistance between now and December to help support the development of that application. And to Commissioner Patterson's point, many of these schools, I was just doing a quick check and math here, we have probably, I'm looking at my list, we have probably 21 schools that have 4 or more years left on their current charter, so it's not something that was done 8 or 9 years ago. It was something more recent, so I do think they would have some of that foundational pieces in place.
So there's a template, right, that they use. Does that template, does that match the process that we're looking to do here with these current schools who are struggling, right? They clearly, the application that they completed and that was approved,
Yeah.
I would be willing to bet none of them have met the metrics that they said they were gonna meet in that application, or they wouldn't be still on the priority list. So does the template that they're gonna be asked to complete that stands now, does it match this situation, or is it
It's
just
not
like?
a revised template to
Okay.
align to this specific
Okay.
situation, no.
So I would think we would at least, if we're gonna do it this way, they're gonna need some sort of revision so that it matches what they're trying to do. Otherwise, they're trying to fit a round peg in a square hole and run a school and explain. I mean, if I have completed an application and, and I've read plenty of those applications and you promise the world, right? Or you at least have really high expectations because that's why you're applying for a charter. And a year in, 2 years in, 3 years in, nothing that I envisioned happening with the best of intentions has happened for these kids. And now I'm in this situation where I have to go to my district and do a whole new application
Right.
where you can use the old one, but you're gonna have to do a lot of explaining, like none of this happened, so why would we believe that, like, why would you use
Yeah.
that? You're gonna have to come up with something new. So they're still gonna have to, I mean, in some ways, it's more work, in my mind, to come up with a whole new application that explains why you should give me a chance when I didn't do what I said I was gonna do in this one. So again, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, I'm really worried about the burden that puts on these schools that then leads this all to us to make these decisions on, do we authorize these schools that are not, like, the level of scrutiny that the state board has applied to schools, they're not gonna meet because they haven't been set up to meet that? Are we gonna shut down all the, if we deny it on appeal, what happens to those kids in those schools? They just go away?
No, of course, they don't go away.
I mean, the schools, do they
So
close?
Yes.
So if a priority school applies to their district to go back, district denies them, they come to us on appeal, we deny them, that school just shuts down and those families have to go elsewhere.
They would go back to their zoned schools. The one thing I would say, and I think it's important for the work of this group, would be helpful. And again, I think there's some time to develop this as we look that, in the next 12 months would be helpful to think about is there a different criteria that perhaps you would develop for a school that's currently in the achievement school district? Do you see what I'm saying? Rather than the process that Tess described, it could be that you all would want to think about a potential other approval mechanism that would be more specific to the achievement school district. In terms of how the district that is charged with authorizing that charter school, I know that Shelby County has its own school performance framework, and I'm sure Davidson does as well. So those are the decisions that would be within the district, but I would think that this group could absolutely develop some rules around how they evaluate an application from an achievement school district school.
And I appreciate that, and my initial reaction, that's new to me, so my initial reaction to that is, I mean, I think the research, and Commissioner Cisnet, you probably know this more, the research is that if a school hasn't been able to do it in a certain number of years or not, I mean, the odds of them being able to do it are slim. And so what that puts us in a position of doing, in my mind, is, hi, kids who are currently in this school that has failed you your entire life, we're gonna lower our bar for your school and let them continue to fail you as long as they don't fail you as much as they were failing you last year. And that, you see what I'm saying? Like, that to me is a problem. I would rather see a process that is on the front end, figuring out how to get these kids the education they need, and not coming in this room and saying, if you guys don't approve this school to be just a little less bad, then it's going to shut down and these families are going to be in a mess. I mean, that's where my
Well,
worry is.
I will be clear about this. I want better for kids, for all kids, and I will work, and that's part of the deep dive into Tier 3 is thinking about what are those protections on the front end. Part of what we're trying to build into agreements is ensuring that as schools return, they aren't going to a worse school, that we are considering what's best for kids in all that we do. I can assure you that that is what drives me, it's what drives our commissioner, and something that we will absolutely take as we consider our next steps on the Tier 3.
And that was not intended as an indictment on
it's
you,
okay.
the department, the commissioner. I think everybody, I mean, this is hard. This is
Sure,
hard
like I
stuff.
said, hard
And so, but in my mind, I want to figure that out on the front end
Understood.
rather than putting this cliff for these families. So I did not mean that as any, I know where your heart is.
Thank you, Dr. Carney. I'm going to go back a few slides and just have a question about kind of the pre-tier supports and on and on. I saw on one of the timelines you anticipate a preliminary list this fall, August of 20?
Yes.
September 20? So I'm assuming that's based on this school year's 10 Ready results?
Yes, so one of the things that's in the law is that every year we develop a CUSP list to make schools and districts aware of where they are performing. And so part of what will happen, and I'm really glad you caught that, I must have gone right past that, is having those early conversations with districts to say, heads up, this is where you are currently, and that unless something changes dramatically, this is where you would fall. And then direct our department supports to helping them in those key areas. Because what we want is, I've never, in all of the work, even in the compliance work I have led, I'm not a gotcha person. I'm trying to improve so that we know that what we do at the end of the day means something better for kids. And so if we can help districts become aware earlier of the areas or the issues that they are facing, I would rather spend that time. And so that's what will happen this fall. It's kind of like a pre-conversation to say that short of something, if things trend and continue in this direction, this is likely where these schools would fall in this new framework. And then that way, when the list comes out in 21, there will have been a conversation about that. And hopefully what we will see is that some adjustments and improvements have been made. I can say historically that has been very helpful in bringing that to the district's attention earlier rather than the list coming out and everyone being in kind of that reactive mode.
Right. So is a CUS list printed every year or just the
Yes,
year? Okay,
every
so
year.
there was one from this fall.
It's not publicly out there on the website, but it's a list that districts are made aware of, and it reflects schools in the bottom 10%, so that districts are aware of any schools that are either currently performing in the bottom 5% or one that could potentially be in jeopardy of moving in that direction.
Can we see that list?
So I would have to get back with you on
Okay.
that.
Just curious. And then I have one more question about the dollars. So when these schools are receiving additional money for support for funds, does that come in the form of like a state grant? How is that?
Yes.
You said part of it's federal. So I'm just thinking about MMPS because I'm very familiar with their budget and their student-based budgeting.
Yes.
Those dollars are not reflected there, right, from the state and local money. This is an additional, doesn't come through BEP.
It does not come through
Okay.
BEP. It would be, currently, those grants would be separate from their BEP. I can say that in my work with MMPS, I have seen what I would call competitive grant dollars or supplemental grant dollars reflected in their student-based or school-based budgeting documents. So, but it would be an award to a district on behalf of a subset of schools. They would make application and detail from a comprehensive needs assessment how they are, what are the prioritized needs, and then how these funds are going to address those prioritized needs. And so the award comes kind of contingent upon them committing to spend the funds aligned with that, based on the schools that were identified in that application.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm aware that the state board right now is looking at rules and regulations. Do you know if by chance the issue here with ASDs is part of what they're looking at as they're doing or coming up with some revisions?
I do not, if that,
Can you, which rules or regulations are
I'm
you
not sure. I
referring
was
to?
told that that the state board is going through, doing a review and looking at rules and regs now. And so my question is, if they're doing that, is the topic we were talking about one of those that they may be looking at as well? So that there's already some preliminary work being done that, would come back to us.
The rules that the state board's currently working on around charter schools are just around some technical updates that were made to the charter school law itself. And then the rule that the board has already passed that's currently in promulgation were just some clarifications around the state board's appeal process. That doesn't necessarily address any of this context around the ASD.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm sitting here, there's 4 sticky notes hanging on the wall over there, and the one that I keep staring at is the one students. Help me understand. I don't want to pick on any one county right now, just go to, we're made up county in Tennessee. You have a school that is in the bottom 5%. They move into the ASD. It can be a charter school that takes over a failing school to turn it around. It could stay with the LEA. It could end up with the DOE. If they don't perform and they close, we've now closed that zone school for those kids. Where do those kids actually go? Did the school system rezone the kids?
so let me say this. So within this span of priority schools, we mentioned the number 90. We anticipate probably 15 to 20-ish, low 20s schools to be served by the Achievement School District, which means the other 70 are being served in their districts, right? So that could be a traditional school, that could be a charter school that the district authorizes. So within the ASD, there are currently 4 direct-run schools that we will be addressing in this reset. And then the model going forward would be more of a charter-centric model where a charter operator is potentially operating zones of schools across the state. Many places, it's very different school to school. In many places, a charter school is open enrollment. There are a couple of instances where the charter school is the zoned school. And so one of the things that I've seen in Memphis, for example, I know that Shelby County does an overlay for ASD schools so that they have a zone for every community in their district. The ASD is kind of underneath that, serving that same area. But that is something that most districts have established zones. There are a couple of instances where the charter school in the ASD is the zoned school for Memphis, but I can say that same is true, I believe, in Nashville, that Brick Church and Neely's Bend also are zoned schools. If that charter were to close, which that is not what I am saying, please understand, because that is not the issue, then Davidson County or MMPS, for example, would just reassume that same zone of school.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question, which is the system couldn't fix it. The charter couldn't fix it. It's going back to the system. Why do we think this cycle is going to be broken? I mean, I feel like we're at that point. I'm kind of looking at that third leg. It feels like we're just keeping a cycle of it'll stay in the it'll stay with the system, end up again on the priority list, be taken back over. I mean, it's just a cycle that's never ending. What's the third leg to start fixing this?
Well, I think what we've learned over the last decade is that there are certain things that need to be in place. There are certain things that we know that districts have gotten better at doing, things that we have learned, good and bad, in our running of the Achievement School District. I think we talk a lot about ensuring that you have the right leader in the building and investing in developing that right leader, attracting those higher quality teachers. We have to address that, and that would be in terms of mandating things like recruitment, retention, hiring bonuses, other working conditions that keep the right teachers in the building. ensuring that those wraparound supports, whether they happen from community or within that building, and that could be a social worker, counselors, other mental health supports, other pieces that are needed for those wraparound services. So trying to force districts in a way and the department in a way to address those necessary components. I think the one big thing that I have learned and have observed is that this can't happen because Nashville said so. It must happen with partnership in community, with parents, with other partners who care deeply about kids, who care about the success, knowing that that is the future of that community. And so thinking about how do we support those pieces better than we've done in the past. I will say that, you know, I can think about places where it takes, once you get the right leader in the building, it's almost a magnet for those higher performing teachers, and they follow leaders. And when you look at the educator survey, they stay and they leave because of leadership. So making sure that as we address, you know, push our resources, and some of the work that David Donaldson is leading at the department is thinking about how do we find that leader, support that leader so that he or she is ready to lead that school in what I would call more transformative work, almost a reset of the school, starting, you know, with the earliest of grades and moving through.
So, Dr. Carney, I'm not trying to
Yep.
end this, you can say there's a lot of interest here. You got a topic, I think, that for all of us, we know is out there.
Yes.
But to keep us on time.
Understood.
I know you've got one more slide, and
And
I'm
it's a
sure
quick-
you would be willing, after you're done, to take other questions that commissioners might have.
Of course, anytime. And I will say that I'm happy to get back on the agenda and come back and further the conversation. It's just, I hope that you'll understand that there are lots of pieces right now that I'm not in
Absolutely.
the
I
place
would
to share.
think that there would be interest in having you on a future agenda pretty soon to carry this on.
I appreciate your time already this morning. Apologize. I've already gotten you all off schedule, and it's just first thing in the morning. The last slide is really just one of information really quickly. As you know, part of all of this is grounded in our school accountability and district accountability models. I will be doing the updates to our ESSA plan to reflect this new framework. There will be opportunities for public comment and feedback on the actual ESSA amendment. But because we're pushing this out to the full reset in 22-23, we have plenty of time for that comment, and we will take that time to seek input on the amendment. But we will continue also locally within the state to identify areas where we need to address certain pieces of this in our state legislation as well. But hit the last one. I just want to say again, thank you for your time. My email is here. I'm always happy to talk with you. I'm always happy to come back and share additional information. This is kind of nebulous work, but it is work that is critically important to get right. And so I value you as a partner in ensuring that what we end up with are more higher performing seats for kids who may not otherwise have those opportunities. So thank you for your time today and for having me back on day 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carney, very much. So, Steve, if you are ready, we're going to turn to you and have you lead us through some workshop material, please. Start. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman Griscom, Vice Chair Richards, and members of the commission. My name is Steve Canavero. I'm a senior advisor at WestEd. And WestEd is despite its name, a national not-for-profit. And we do a lot of work in professional development, technical assistance, and policy work, research evaluation type work across the nation. And I am absolutely thrilled to be here. In my sort of personal balance sheet with Tennessee, I have withdrawn more than I have given. I can tell you that. Over the years, with your former commissioners, your talented Commissioner Schwinn, your incredible staff, I've paid attention, I've read, I've picked their brains, and have brought a lot of that back to my work in the state of Nevada. So it's a thrill to be here, and just being able to support you and through the department has been, and I hope will be, a positive for you all over time. just a little bit about me and sort of where I'm sort of coming from in sort of today's work. And then as we work together, I think my contract with the state extends through January. So quite some time to help support the commission as needed. I joined the Nevada Department of Education. And my first real role there was to be the director of the Office of Charter Schools. It was a brand new office, had never been created or never existed before. And at the time, our school district sort of hung the no vacancy sign for charter applications at the time. A few of them had one or two, and that was sufficient from their perspective. Yet the demand from the community, the demand from the state to provide options, high quality options for kids existed. And so the State Board of Education stepped into that world, if you will, and said, okay, we will take up the law provided the opportunity for the State Board to be an authorizer of charter schools, in addition to school districts and higher ed institutions in Nevada. And the State Board said, okay, we'll do it. I had one person partially dedicated to do the work. That takes quite a few people to do the work. Not uncommon at the time in the sort of mid to late 2000s, where authorizing was a fairly new function and folks were trying to feel it out and figure it out on how to do it well. They recognized quickly, though, that it needed some additional leadership. And so in 2009, I started the Office for Charter Schools and supported the State Board in their work for authorizing. Almost immediately reached out to NACSA upon having the role and said, I need some help. And they do what they do. And they came and provided tremendous expertise and guidance and model policies, and many of the documents that you had the opportunity to pull down from the State Board were the very documents back in those early iterations of what we used in our state. About that time, Governor Sandoval was elected in our state, and he had a very deep interest in expandig opportunities for students, quality opportunities for students. Very similar to what I heard Governor Lee say yesterday. Governor Lee, I'm sure, is a fantastic leader, and Governor Sandoval was as well. And we responded by a request from his administration to, hey, let's modernize our charter school law. And so we did. And in 2011, we created a bipartisan effort, created a commission, very much like this, called the Nevada Charter School Authority. And no good deed goes unpunished. And so when the commission was created, he said, all right, it's your job to run it. And we had a lot of good things going, and we had some challenges, obviously, in standing up the commission. One of those was a very compressed timeline. So my founding board and I inherited a portfolio of charter schools, some of which needed to be intervened and closed, and others we needed to provide opportunities to grow. But we did so, and we inherited them within months of being created. So we didn't quite have the luxury of the runway that you have, which I'll speak to a little bit here. I did that work leading the commission for 3-4 years or so, and then transferred over to the department and then ultimately became the state superintendent. And left there just about a year ago now, as administration's changed. So been able to sort of be in the, prior to that, taught and led charter schools, but sort of seen charter schools from a variety of different perspectives and authorizers in a variety of perspectives over the course of that time. Part of my presentation today is sort of the presentation that I wish I would have given to my founding board or had the time to give to my founding board. That I think it may help in some of the discussion, and I hope that it may be viewed by you as sort of a landing pad for a lot of the various pieces and parts of the conversation that you've had up till today, and perhaps some of the thinking that you've got in some of your experience as a sort of a place to find some footing. I will kind of talk a little bit about sort of where you are sort of on the national map, sort of how, kind of authorizing 101, a little bit of a landscape analysis, just so you understand what else is happening out there, which I think is a real asset for you all going forward. There's lots of folks who you could lean on, and in addition to those that you've already authorized for the state to procure, but colleagues in other appointments that also serve in commissions across the country. I'm then going to get into a bit of what you do matters. And if you've ever sort of thought of this responsibility as sort of a passive responsibility, I know those that sit in these seats and have done this work in the past, it is not. And what you do very much matters in the lives of kids and communities. And we know more now than we ever have known before about those characteristics of authorizers who have strong portfolios of schools versus characteristics of authorizers that have an average performing portfolio of schools. I've also had the luxury to be on the NACSA board for the National Association of Charter School Authorizers board, I think my third or fourth term now, for quite some time. And so I'm going to bring in a little bit of that conversation. So not just the principles and standards conversation, but also sort of nuanced, this is what it actually looks like. And important sort of factors for you to consider and the subcommittee to consider as you're looking for leadership, as ways of sort of uncovering some characteristics of high quality that you seek to enable through the commission, and then have a leader who sees that similarly. Then want to kind of pick your brain, and this is not a finishing line, this is a starting line. So I don't anticipate getting to the ending point today, but I really think it's important to have a conversation about what you think needs to be true in terms of a broader vision for this entity, for the commission, and then talking about sort of your then lane. You've been authorized by the legislature to have a role. Fantastic. Creating that role, clarifying that through your mission, but then provide you an opportunity to sort of speak to a broader vision for what you think needs to be true for all children in the state, will really help add some ballast to the conversations that you're having now, the conversations around quality in particular, conversations around the ASD, conversations around your performance framework, all of these sort of animating features of a well-functioning, high-functioning commission, to me, nest nicely underneath a really coherent vision or a compelling vision and a coherent mission. So we'll have some dialogue, hopefully we'll interact and not wordsmith, but just put into the sort of the word soup, put some more ideas up there that we can take notes and then bring back to you as some statements that you can consider. And then we'll just close like you got to start. So a little bit about tomorrow's topics and where we're going to head from here. I won't provide sort of the planning document for the next 30, 60, 90 days, but just give you a sense of what we think or what I think to be are some of the key sort of quick adoptions that you can make, key policy decisions that you'll be wrestling with early, that you'll need to stand up in advance of the timeline. And it's sort of organized as a sit and get, but I hope at any point, I don't need to tell you this, at any point you will, if it's acceptable to the chairman, that you'll just raise your hand, ask questions, and we can go back and forth. Some answers I'll know, and others I won't, but I'll do my best.
Only thing the chairman will do is try to keep us on time, but I think that's an appropriate way to do it. Thank you.
It's a wise, and we have plenty of time, and I don't anticipate using all of it, and just anticipate using as much of this as you need in order to continue to keep the ball moving forward. So authorizers, what does this look like across the nation? So we have now 45 states and the District of Columbia who have enacted legislation. West Virginia in 2019 was the most recent state to add enabling legislation to form charter schools. Obviously, if you've got charter schools, you need authorizers. You play that critical role across the states. Just for what it's worth, the Dakotas, South and North Dakota, Montana, Vermont, and Nebraska are the states that do not have enabling legislation for charter schools. Lots of variation among the roughly 1,000 entities that are empowered to authorize by their legislatures. So I think it was like 999, and that number has come down a little bit in the last 3 or 4 years, and that's not a bad thing. Some folks who have been empowered by legislatures to authorize charter schools are deciding that it's not necessarily something that they're good at, and in some ways it's consolidating as a trend under those that have taken this on as being sort of that model for the state, and they're beginning to be recognized and collecting, if you will, more of the chartering work. So nationally, who's doing this? Of the 1,000 entities, what are the sort of legal entities out there that are enabled? And they generally fit into these buckets. So a local education agency essentially is a school district. I may use those words synonymously, but LEA, school district, same thing. IHEs are institutes of higher education. Sometimes they're referred to HEIs, higher ed institutions, tomato, tomato. That includes universities, but also trade schools in many states, where trade schools have sort of companion charter high schools that have this nice sort of coalescing match. Independent chartering boards, ICBs, that's what you are. They exist. NPOs are essentially nonprofit organizations. I think Ohio has a couple of these. They're not really common, but nonprofit organizations oftentimes have been granted the authority to sponsor. SEAs are the state education agencies, your state board, prior to you, Nevada State Board, et cetera. And then NEGs are non-educational governmental entities. It's a mouthful. If you think about 2 states in particular, Kentucky has these urban county sort of regions that are non-education governmental entities. Indiana's mayor's office, et cetera. So who is sort of of the 1,000? Then below that are the percentages. So clearly, 9 out of 10 authorizers are school districts. 9 out of 10. They make up the vast majority of those entities that are authorizing. And then you see in the second position and the third and fourth position, essentially, higher ed institutions. At about 4.5% of all authorizers are at higher ed institutions. And then state education agencies and independent chartering boards coming in at about 2% each. Authorizers are provided a jurisdiction, geographic footprint where they can authorize or sponsor charter schools. Typically, that jurisdiction in many cases is geographically restricted to their sort of original jurisdiction, whether it's in a higher ed institution or whether it's a local school district. State education agencies typically have broad jurisdiction. ICBs, independent chartering boards, tend to more often than not have very broad jurisdiction that are coterminous with the state boundaries. So jurisdiction is one way that they vary in terms of who sponsors what and where. How they authorize, and I've just created 2 buckets here. One way that these institutions authorize schools is by original direct authorizing. Charter schools apply directly to you, or by appellate. And you're obviously an appellate body. So your lane is, and I've just checked with Tess on this before the presentation. To our knowledge, you are the only independent chartering board that is an appellate-only body. Prior to that, Illinois' Charter Commission was an appellate body. That went away in the last legislative session, and that responsibility went back to the state. So you have a narrow lane that you're empowered to then occupy by appellate. The scale of schools, and so this is how many schools does an authorizer sponsor. You see the vast majority are very, very small. 0 to 1, 501 of our authorizers out there across the country, that's about half, have none or one charter school. 8 have over 100. So you can see the concentration. Texas Education Agency is a good example. Hundreds of charter schools sponsored by TEA. So very high concentration, we call them sort of jumbo authorizers, where a single authorizer has a very, very big portfolio of schools, but the vast majority don't. And of course, they also vary in terms of their efficacy. Strong, average, or in some cases, weak portfolios. So you all, across the nation, why then this sort of policy and governance innovation around independent chartering boards? From my perspective, there's a tremendous, there was, and in some cases still is, a growing frustration, or this was in response to a growing frustration within the communities and the charter school environment. That can be, like I said, the no vacancy sign, right, where school districts or other authorizers who are empowered by the legislature to authorize just simply were not accepting applications. Whether it was legal or not, they just weren't. They weren't open for business. And some of those reasons may be valid, others might just be political, whatever the reason was, they were just not accepting applications. Alternatively, some were just accepting too many and approving too many. So you had cases where there were just no opportunity, and other cases where I think you probably heard the old refrain from decades ago around the charter environment, 1,000 blooming flowers. Hey, you know what, let's just approve them. And at the end of the day, we're gonna see how they work, and we're gonna close the bad ones, and we're gonna let the good ones continue. Well, what we understand to be true now is it's difficult to close a charter school, an underperforming charter school, even in the face of very compelling underperformance, to close the school. And so those flowers all just bloomed, and they just let them live. And of course, that's a grave risk to the charter sector and those that within the charter community and outside the charter community that wish to see high quality charter schools, and that's the specific intent behind the charter school law. Another was around accountability, where authorizers were doing the work. We were guilty of this early in our career at the state board in Nevada, where it was compliance. That's what we knew. Check the boxes, check it, yep, you did the process, and we were completely light on outcomes. And in many cases, we way overstepped, in the spirit of accountability, way overstepped our role with providing the autonomies to the charter schools to perform. So lots of different frustrations. Ultimately, the idea is, well, this independent chartering board, low distraction, you're a single purpose entity. You're not trying to pass rules and regulations for the myriad responsibilities that a state board has while doing your authorizing work. This is your function, your expertise. You can do this, it's your single purpose, and you can surround yourself with the expertise in order to get the work done. And you have the opportunity for scale. Now, during the conversation today, and I will pivot between two realities. One of those realities is the independent chartering board that has broad jurisdiction, broad opportunities beyond their appellate review to sponsor schools, just as a way to talk about the counterpoint versus the appellate responsibilities that you have. I think it's important to sort of identify both of those. But for independent chartering boards that have broader authority than appellate review, they then see their function and staff and scale at capacity very differently because they can actually achieve the sort of direct sponsorship. The other rationale behind the independent chartering boards is in an environment or a market where there are multiple authorizers, ensuring that there's one quality authorizer at the table. So what do I mean by that? In some state policy, the independent chartering board that is created is to serve not just as a high quality authorizer, but as a model to the other authorizers in the state. Now that's a lane you can occupy absent your appellate authority or if you did or did not have appellate authority. You can still be that model authorizer by adopting all of the fantastic models that have already been established for you by the state board, and then advancing that into the next generation, into the next thing, right? Continue to, as Chairman Patterson said, be the best. The Third here, which is a little bit redundant, but important nonetheless, is to promote the quality authorizing and have multiple pathways for charter schools. And there's been some debate, obviously, in the charter school world around are multiple authorizers a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know that we've answered that question, but we do know that it's a bad thing when charter schools shop authorizers that have lower standards, right? And they try to figure out a place that they could live and avoid accountability. And so having a model and having an independent chartering board that serves as sort of the highest capacity, highest expectations, the notion is that that tide will lift all boats. This does not come without things you should be concerned about. So one of the challenges for independent chartering boards is how do you have that connection to the community in which your schools will thrive? I forget what it's called, but each of you has sort of a regional or geographic footprint that you represent that is still a bit more diffused than a local school board who has a neighborhood that they represent. And so that's one of the things that you'll want to be concerned with, or just at least thinking through, is how do you mitigate and how do you ensure that you continue to have the level of community buy-in and connection to the community in which your schools will thrive. That can sometimes get lost when you have an appointed body that's sitting sort of here or sitting wherever you're going to have your meetings. And then the balance of local control, which I haven't been in a state, now that I've been having the opportunity to go and work in multiple states, I haven't been in one that didn't say, oh yeah, but local control. I mean, that's a common refrain related to the state and the local control. How that balances out is really one for the local communities in the state to figure out. We heard a lot about it from Dr. Carney. But the independent chartering boards are constantly figuring out what that looks like. In many cases, they just reach over and directly authorize. Here you have a process, obviously based on your appellate review, that the local control does exist, and then you have de novo review and you have some other factors to consider. Okay, so let's take a little bit of a deep dive into the independent chartering boards. Where are they? Who are they? And what are they all about? So 16 states and DC include the independent chartering boards, and they're listed there at the bottom. And hopefully this packet will just go into your binder and you can refer to it as you there's a lot here to talk about. As I referenced earlier, the majority of these have statewide jurisdiction and direct authorizing capacity. There are variations among them, and I've listed two here. One is you. You're an appellate-only entity at this point, and there are obviously others that have specific limitations. Oklahoma set up an independent chartering board, but only for virtual schools. So I think it was a model issue that they said, hey, we have got virtual schools enrolling students from across the state. How do we govern sort of those programs or this program? And this was their particular answer. So there's a number of them. That number was 17, and then I as I referenced, Illinois moved their authority back to the state board. Important to talk about what I see in your context, and this always sort of brings up an interesting conversation because I understand when you're that close to the issue, when you're this close to the work, this by being you all are this close to the work, you see a lot of the challenges. I don't see many of those directly because obviously I'm not as close to the work as you are. But from my perspective, you have a tremendous number of assets to build off. Like you are positioned in a really positive way to make an impact and to do the good work. And I've just listed some here that I see. Importantly, you've got a tradition of charter schools and quality authorizing. You have a tradition of this where you actually have like from parent groups and communities who are invested in this. And I understand that there's others that are not as invested in this or invested in trying to slow or whatever it might be. But you have a tradition of charter schools and quality authorizing. You have a state board who established many of the very policies that you'll need to establish. And quite frankly, you can just steal or, as we say, adopt their particular programs. It's not always true in many places that you have thriving schools and high-quality models to point to and to point out. Your law is mid-pack. So annually, laws are ranked by the National Alliance for Public Charter Schools, and your law is obviously 24th. It improved during this last legislative session for two reasons that I was able to pick up. One is the creation of this independent chartering board, which is identified now as sort of an emerging best practice. And also you have I'm going to call it the authorizer of authorizers. You have a state board who now has an interest in ensuring that the landscape of authorizers is of high quality, their annual report, et cetera. Some states have that provision, and the authorizer of authorizer actually can de-license, if that's a word, I don't know, they can remove an authorizer's ability to continue authorizing. Here, you have sort of an indirect path related to the authorizer fee. Others have a more direct path to say, hey, your portfolio is not performing, you're not intervening appropriately, X, Y, Z, and so I'm putting you on notice. If you don't correct it, you're going to lose your ability to license. If you're interested, a couple of the areas that they found where Tennessee's law could be improved, and again, this is according to a rubric, not according to what you all want or desire or need. One's around autonomies. And I think you have a process by which charter schools can claim or request autonomy. And you've got guardrails against civil rights enforcement and the right things to say, well, no, you can't waver your way out of still being a public school. Sorry. But I think what the Alliance is saying is that those aren't automatically provided. Instead, the charter school has to claim one or them at a time. I think that's what they're saying is one of the areas that could be improved. And the other is around equitable funding. And that I don't know much about in terms of the real numbers. You've got model policy and practice that's adopted by the state board. This will be sort of a common refrain through this discussion, but if it's there and you can bring it right across and adopt it, obviously with some minor changes to names and other nuance that needs to be adopted for the commission, it's an easy start. And it's a smart start. They've done a lot of, from what I can see, when I look at their guidance, when I look at their application, their rubric, their framework, intervention protocols, you've got the sort of what would be declared to be the sort of national models. You've got them here, already contextualized for the state board's work, that you could bring over and start. Doesn't mean that's where you finish, but that could be a great foundation upon which you build your commission. The quality authorizing standards, and I don't know if this is the right citation, but I just took it off of the actual standard 6.111. Okay, maybe it's right. Maybe if it's wrong, I apologize. But you're required to adopt the these quality authorizing standards. They're built off of the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, model principles and standards. There's a couple of little nuances throughout them, but it's essentially exactly what I would be suggesting you would adopt anyway, and they've already developed it for you, and you can just bring that right over. You have some schools to transfer in, and we looked at that performance data yesterday. We know that some of them are new, and so it's hard to see their sort of trajectory or where they're performing. But they appear to be smart schools that have been adopted or been sponsored by the state board. And so you have schools to begin with, and you have funds that have been granted to you by the legislature to actually build up the infrastructure needed. These transitions are dramatically difficult when you don't have any schools and you have no revenue. So you're borrowing staff to build a smart portfolio upon which you have your authorizing fee that could then build and become a sustainable entity. You're already over that hurdle, both by having an appropriation, but also by having some schools where you can begin to collect the authorizer fee. Your runway is phenomenal. Having until the 2021, and then having the runway around the difficult work that Dr. Carney's engaged in to really set up and answer some of the questions that you all raised during that discussion. That's a real luxury, and I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's going to be busy, and it's very likely that you'll run out of time when you want more time, but the fact is that you've got a nice runway. Huge asset. The ability to access the support functions of the department to help you with the LEA discussion. The responsibility of, and this is a variation of authorizers across the board, is their legal status as the local education agency. The feds basically recognize SEAs, state education agencies, and LEAs, local education agencies. They don't, in many ways, the charter school, is that one of these or is that one of those? Having your legal status for the commission as the local education agency is fantastic. It's clear you are the LEA. It brings about, as was discussed under Ms. Stovall's presentation yesterday, tremendous responsibilities, many of which you're not going to have the capital to then just go out and buy 8 people who all have the right functions and capacities or Swiss Army knife skills to then deliver on the LEA functions. Having the access to those functions at the department is a really smart and thoughtful opportunity. Not a lot of departments of education across the country also serve as the LEA for many of their direct run schools. They usually, that's a kind of a very firm line that they don't actually cross. But having that is a real good starter. And then you've got the Tennessee Charter Center as a partner that I learned about and was surprised to see, and it's a nice asset that you also have as a partner organization to help you achieve whatever that vision is, and then to help you work through that particular lane. Okay, let's talk about you now. Next one. I realized, I think it was on the plane coming over here, that what I thought was a pie chart or a pie graph is actually an aspirin. It's probably not a bad, actually, image. There's a lot of work here. You guys have, yesterday it was remarkable, the detail and your questions and your engagement. And what I'm trying to do here is to provide you maybe an aspirin, but at least maybe an organizing heuristic, some way to sort of organize your thinking, provide you some placeholders about what goes where as a way to sort of organize this stuff and move forward. So from your perspective, and from, your staff will be looking for you for guidance and sort of vision, and also to be held accountable and push the staff around the work. And so for me, I need something like this. Maybe you don't, but my aspirin are always visuals as a way for my brain to get the complexity under some sort of organization and then get to some simplicity on the other side that I can work on. So here's how I've kind of organized this. In the upper right-hand quadrant is the standards, your principles and standards that you will ultimately adopt that are sitting at the state board on the state board's webpage. Super smart, and they're sort of declarative statements around autonomy. They're declarative statements about the standards by which you will authorize. Similar to sort of education standards, they don't tell you how to get there. They don't give you the curriculum. They just tell you what you should know and be able to do, in other words. Fantastic. To the left of that are the practices. This is where I'll talk a bit about what we understand authorizers of strong portfolios are doing, kind of the nuance of implementing those quality standards, what they're doing to achieve strong portfolios versus authorizers who have average portfolios. So this is kind of like the real nitty-gritty conversations that ultimately you will want to have as the culture and characteristic, if you will, of your commission, if you choose to go this way. Below the practices is the why. and I probably should have started here, but ultimately your vision for what the commission will achieve, and the relationship of the commission to the broader education sector in the state, and then ultimately your mission, which you're really only required to have your mission. And I think you could probably get that done by saying our mission is quality authorizing, period, full stop, done. But I think you should have a discussion about what you want that pie section of the aspirin or piece of the pie to be. Would really inform, I think, your, again, provide ballast to the conversations going forward. Then there's the policies and procedures. And those are your written documents that animate the processes that you go through, and that provide discernible, predictable, right, patterns and cadence of your work over time. This aspirin sits within the legal framework, obviously. So you could want different components within, you could want different aspects of each of these pieces of the pie, if you will. But at the same time, it sits within the legal framework that empowers you to authorize. So does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. This is maybe the briefest representation of both NACSA's and Tennessee's model authorizing principles and standards, but essentially it provides you kind of an idea of what these standards are. If you haven't read them, certainly encourage you to keep them handy and to continue to sort of work through them. The principles are shaped, and oftentimes the principles are adopted by authorizers across the country as sort of their defining principles, with some additions or some nuances to ensure that they highlight specifically what that commission seeks to accomplish. But really maintaining high standards, I think that kind of goes without saying, but ultimately you'll need to get into what that actually means. And you'll have frameworks that attempt to quantify what that actually means, both on the opening of schools, approving applications, the monitoring of performance, in those sections that Tess spoke about yesterday, academic outcomes, operational outcomes, and financial outcomes. The second one is around upholding school autonomy, and this is worthy of a discussion as we talk about the mission and vision. If we don't address it there, we'll want to address it during our future discussions. NACSA will have a report coming out about this sort of autonomy project to try to help guide authorizers on finding the right balance between at what point do you overstep or impinge upon a school's autonomy? How do you honor their autonomy? Because that's one of the fundamental quid pro quos of the charter sectors. We're going to give you autonomy, but we're going to expect increased student outcomes. Basic as it sounds, it's complicated underneath when we start having conversations around, well, we're the LEA, the commission is the LEA. What does that mean? In many cases, there's not a lot of autonomy with IDEA rules. Okay, that's one area we don't have a lot of autonomy in. But there is autonomy around teaching and learning and curriculum and pedagogy, and defining that sort of arena is an important for you and important for your schools to understand the terms and conditions of the deal. Protecting student and public interests gets around not only your fiduciary, but sort of your moral, ethical responsibility to ensure that your decisions are in the best interest of students, taxpayers, community. I heard earlier, I actually didn't capture it on the word wall, some components around transparency, not only in how you function, but also in the reporting that you use and that you operate, as well as protecting students and public interest to ensure sort of non-discriminatory practices, open enrollment systems, et cetera. The standards are where the functions live and are really just organized on the main functions of the commission. organizing yourself to get the work done. That's agency commitment and capacity. Part of that is the vision and missioning conversation that we'll have today. It's also your budget, it's also your staffing, it's your commitment to getting the work done and making some very difficult decisions, frankly, that you will have to make during your tenure. Then it gets into the main functions, approving applications and doing that process well, contracting for performance, overseeing and evaluating a school's performance, and then ultimately, what do you do at the end of the term? What do you do at the 5-year, you have a midterm high-stakes review in your law? What do you do there? Do you revoke? Do you intervene? Do you continue? And then at the end of the charter term, what do you do? Do you non-renew? Do you continue? Those are key decisions along sort of your life cycle and the life cycle of your schools. I don't know if I need to go into too much detail here. I think I sort of did. A couple of points that I'll just point out. And maybe I'll begin to reference the wall there. I just took notes yesterday, and they're not exhaustive. Trying to capture what I was hearing that might relate to your vision, your mission, your purpose. Some of that language is from your governor, some of that language is from your commissioner, some of that language is directly from you all during the conversation yesterday. Quality shows up, high performing shows up, sort of consistently. Now, set aside the high quality educators, but talking about quality schools, high performing schools, a core principle of your work is to establish high yet attainable standards. And it's a principle that you're going to be adopting from the framework that is the state board's model framework. But it's also what I heard, your sort of declarative statements being around what you want to be known for and the quality of your schools that you authorize. So setting those standards, not just on the fiscal and operational, but also on the academic, are critical. The second is around preserving the core autonomies and administrative burden. Touched on this. It's not something that's up on the wall, but it is an important notion that should be discussed, and we should continue as a touchstone throughout to ensure that we're maximizing the core autonomies that we can within the parameters of law and regulation. And secondly, we're sort of doing what we need to, not what we want to. And I'll just say what I mean by that. In many cases, I would have staff who would love to collect more data, or to go to the school and obtain this, or to go and do Y. And I would always ask, is that a want or a need? Because if we're committed to lessening the administrative burden and we're committed to affording all the autonomies that our schools have, if that's one of our core principles, then we're going to ask that question consistently of ourselves. And I think the last, I won't spend a lot of time here, not to say it's less important or anything related to the others, but if, and I appreciated the commissioner's comment earlier about students, if students are at the core of our decision making, then we need to protect the public's interest and protect students' interest. And then what that actually means, you would need to be able to connect that to how you operate as a commission. I just pulled out one of the standards that for you is a little bit different. And this is the sort of bipolar part of the discussion, right? Where you've got standards that assume direct authorizing of charter schools. But that's not the appellate role that you have. So this is just one of the standards that talks about. So this is around the application process and decision making. And for you as an appellate body, this is a bit of a distinction. For some independent charting boards or some school district, any charter authorizer, but in particular to make it relevant, independent charting boards, who have direct authority to sponsor, they may do a comprehensive needs assessment of K-12 matriculation patterns that are priority school, priority school, priority school. We want to know if a student walks out their door in the morning, walks to the elementary school, and that elementary school is in the bottom 5%. Then in 6 years, gets on a bus and goes to a middle school that's a priority school. And then in a couple years, gets on the other bus and goes to a high school that's a priority school. Some authorizers in their application decision-making will say that is something that we can't live with, and that is something we wish to disrupt. And we are seeking models to go into this neighborhood right here and establish an elementary school, and then have a vision to establish a middle school and a vision to establish a high school. Right? That is in some ways how authorizers express this standard, by getting really strategic about where they want a particular school or for whom they wish to serve. We looked at our portfolio. Our portfolio does not represent or reflect the demographics of our students, either by income or race or ethnicity. And so we're seeking models, or we're seeking new applicants who are interested in serving X, Y, or Z, English learners or whatever. They can get very, very strategic about where they wish to, in a request for applicants, authorize or sponsor charter schools. Again, aligned to their mission, aligned to their vision. This is why we're here. This is our animating purpose. So the area where this gets obviously a little bit different for you is that's not necessarily a direct service that you would provide. We can talk more about ways that you wish to make more of your role if you wish. But you won't be soliciting applications you won't be soliciting proposals in the near future for specific school types or locations or other things. And some of the support that you'll provide will be tailored to the actual appeal process itself. Sort of less around, we used to run workshops to help people become familiar with the application process, help them understand the application process. We too had, when season would show up, we would get the FedEx truck, and there'd be boxes. There'd be 4 to 6 volumes for the application. I was like, this is crazy. Like, we can't even review this, let alone have people go through this process. So we made some changes and required, I think it was less than 100 pages for the application. They could do appendices all they wanted, but we just wanted to know the very skinny, if you will. So anyway, the under this particular standard, just operationalized for you as an appellate body, it does look a little bit different than as it's currently adopted and as you will implement it, both in terms of the support that you'll provide to applicants related to the appellate process, and also acknowledging that you won't be soliciting applications. Okay. I feel important. I just have to nod or say something and my slide deck advances. This is fantastic. I'm gonna get used to this. I'm gonna wonder, wait, I have to advance my own slides? Okay, so there are plenty of authorizers who have the quality principles and standards and all this stuff, but still don't have a high-performing portfolio. It's just a fact. That's what data say. And what we know to be true is actually it has more to do with the how and what you do than who's doing it. So what do I mean by that? Whether you're a school district, a state, a higher ed institution, the Indianapolis Mayor's Office, or the Tennessee Charter School Commission, it has more to do with how and what you do as an authorizer than the sort of legal entity with which this authority resides. So what I'm saying is anybody can be a fantastic authorizer of a high-performing portfolio of schools. And so let's talk a little bit about what that will look like in terms of, I use this term, your sort of culture. When someone sort of walks in the door or works with you, these are things that they'll leave knowing this, because this is in your decision-making, it's in your operations. So again, this particular report that we produced is, if we took a look if we created two buckets, we looked at really strong portfolios, high-performing portfolios, and you know, there's not a science here, but this is professional judgment around what that means, right? High student outcomes. And then we gathered their authorizers, and we looked at average performance, and we gathered their authorizers. And then we went out and talked to the charter schools, talked to the authorizers. We said, what's happening here? And we brought that information back and said, what do we know? What can we learn from these two buckets of authorizers? And what it shows us is that these practices matter. What you do matters. In particular, and this is likely not going to be a surprise, but some of it might be, especially for those of you who have been doing this work for some time. The first is around your culture and characteristics, and you'll see that highlighted here is that you have goals. May sound surprising, but actually these goals tend to be not just student-focused goals, but they tend to be on an annual cycle that you create internal goals for your operations as well as the operations for your schools and the outcomes for your schools. This one surprised me because I always thought that authorizers, hey, we got to have especially if you're a direct authority authorizer, we need a 5-year strategic plan that lays it all out and that provides us sort of how do we make investments, who we bring on board, and sort of the change that we anticipate, our sort of hypotheses, if you will, going forward. It turns out that, yeah, I mean, that's fine, but it's not a key component or characteristic of a strong portfolio versus an average portfolio. It was more around the data obsession and these sort of micro goals, micro being a year, that continue to drive these sort of cycles of improvement for the organization. These goals can be around application. They weren't necessarily student outcomes. You weren't setting annual goals and revisiting those for literacy. You were setting goals for yourself in terms of how you adjudicate being a sponsor or being an authorizer with all of the other principles around quality and protecting student interests, et cetera. The data obsession was all, yeah, do you have a question?
Maybe you're going to get to this, but do you have an example from one of the other bodies for what a micro goal like that would look like?
Yep. I do. We can kind of build this out as we go forward. The data obsession seemed intuitive, and I think it is, and it's not always, it's outcome-based data, not always process-based data, which is important. You got some of that yesterday, but the questions that you raised yesterday during the research conversation, I was like, oh, this one's a natural for you all, because the questions you were asking are the type of questions where you dig into the information or the data that's being presented, and you get a more nuanced view of the data as it's being presented. So alternative scenarios around performance-based closures. I think there was a question around IDEA and ethnicity and race, and can we get this cut out and put across a 2x3 or whatever, however you want the data displayed. Growth and absolute measures, and then 2x3ing those around who and where and what grade levels. Cohort-based questions. I think it was somebody who's asked, well, obviously it looks like they're getting better over time, and I think the response, well, these are each annual snapshots. So cohort-based data questions. Grounding in facts and grounding in the data, but at the same time asking the questions to go beyond the sort of face value of what is being presented. Critically important for authorizers who have really strong performing portfolios of schools. Obviously, those animate your decisions. Those should be embedded in your decision making. The other's around a relationship to your schools. I've evolved over time on this one. I thought having us in the schools was not a good thing. And I highlighted earlier this sort of teeter-totter around how much support are you going to provide, beyond those that you have to provide related to your LEA responsibilities. I think it's worth a conversation for you. It's something that my board and we continued to navigate through over time, but we built that understanding over time. It wasn't like we built the understanding and then operationalized that over time. Thinking that the more that we provided support to our schools, the less we were likely to hold them accountable. Meaning, if you came to me and said, hey, you know, Steve, we're having a really tough time in third grade literacy, we would really love to have your view on this. And I come in, I'm like, oh, I mean, your curriculum's horrible. You need a new curriculum. And then they adopt a curriculum, and then next year their scores go down. And I'm like, hey, your scores are going down. We're going to intervene. They're like, dude, we just did what you told us to do. And I was like, oh, you know, no good deed goes unpunished here. But there's actually a right way to do it. And I'm giving you the wrong way of doing it, but there's a right way of navigating the supports that you want to provide to your schools while maintaining your ability to hold them accountable for the outcomes that they achieve. That's a critical teeter-totter that you will navigate in over time, but it's an important one to at least put in the playground and say this is something we need to keep thinking about. I think it's captured under the principle around autonomy, but I think it's a little bit of a nuanced view. The really strong authorizers built a relationship with their schools, built a performance management relationship with their schools, built in site visits with their schools. And site visits are I think, great if they're very well defined, and they can be horrible if they're not. So if that's an avenue that you pursue, building a strong relationship with your school is an important question.
Just make sure I'm clear. So those sorts of conversations, the site visits, as commissioners, we would be privy to all of that, but that really is, that's executive director or staff driven for the most part, right? The executive directors and their staff are the ones who are saying, hey, your reading scores are low. It's not us going to the school and doing that, right? I just want to make sure I have it in my head, right?
No, I really appreciate, so Steve Canberra, I really appreciate that, because your lane is not the lane of going to the schools and doing the site visits. That complicates matters incredibly for your staff, for the schools. Your lane is, are we going to have site visits? What does our relationship to our schools look like? Come back with sort of a proposal or a concept paper or one pager on what this will be. And then we can adopt a policy around what the site visits are and what the site visits are not. And then you guys execute.
Steve, for the sake of the commission, could you talk just a little bit about the difference between a school board superintendent relationship versus the commission and their executive director relationship, and the accountability and the performance of the portfolio of schools? What that would look like from the performance of the schools to the expectations of the commission and their accountability to the executive director.
Mm-hmm.
What would their role be in that space?
In my experience, just from my experience, having a board, number one, I answered to the board. Ultimately, I was appointed, but then once that appointment ran through its time, the board then hired me to operate in the commission. I appreciated the board pushing and having the tough conversations in public and pushing me as the executive director on the outcomes and the vision and the mission that we had agreed to. I appreciated the commission's need for information and to hold me and my team accountable to bring to you the type of information that you needed in order to make a tough decision. I also appreciated the deference to our professional judgment when it came time in making recommendations. I appreciate the need for a recommendation. I thought it was our obligation to bring a recommendation to you that was shored up by the facts and the nuanced information that we had collected. And then ultimately, if they weren't happy, and this has happened, it happened in our state, that the commissioners were not happy with the direction that the staff were going. The executive director was going, and they decided to go a different direction with a new director. So that is ultimately, right, the constant performance management, bringing back to you on these sort of cycles, where we are, what we need to improve upon, how do we improve upon it, how do we know that we're improving upon it, are critically important to have as a board to uphold for an executive director. Did I answer your question? Yes. Okay. Under number one, this actually permeates sort of through these practices that matter, and I referenced it earlier around professional judgment. We would like to think that this is a science, but it's not. I guess there is part science to it, But at the end of the day, there's a lot of judgment. And we do our best with our frameworks and our rubrics. That's important. You have to have that information. You have to have these sort of cornerstones of the work to facilitate really good and really difficult decisions that you'll have to make. But what the Practices That Matter report found is it didn't always just come down to the application of the rubric. It came to the application of the rubric in the context of exercising professional judgment, understanding what the rubric said, and then making a rational sort of decision based upon that. So there are cases, I don't think this will be your case. You have a tradition of folks who have been bringing their professional judgment to the table here. But there's also, and you can imagine, some safety that staff feel when they have a rubric, and the rubric says it's a 72 out of 80, that is an approval. Or it's a 64, and our cutoff is 65, that's a denial. There's a lot of safety there. Ultimately, though, what they found is that the difference between average and high performing or strong portfolios were sort of this thread of professional judgment that works its way through. Number two is kind of for our workshop today and our sort of discussion. Strong authorizers have a really coherent vision and purpose behind their work, have a set of organizational values. That is very clear to the external environment. So people understand what you're about. Not just in your language that you hang up on the wall, right? But in high-performing authorizers, stuff's on the wall. Like, we believe, and this is what needs to be true for kids, and here's our responsibility and role. They have all that. But it actually shows up when it comes time to be in the well and go through some tough work. Here, under number three, I think this is just probably part of healthy organizations in general, many of which you all lead and work within, but having an empowered leader and empowering that leader. Kind of talked a little bit about the relationship between you and your ED. That's a really critical hire, obviously, for you. Not to add more weight to that. But there are really talented folks out there who could get it done, and then providing them the opportunity to get it done. Some of the work that you'll be doing today and over time in your subcommittees will help signal to candidates what you're becoming about. And I don't want to say what you're about, but I also don't want to, it doesn't have to be, chiseled into a rock, but just where you're leaning in terms of how you see this commission operating within this environment, that will help candidates understand when they begin to seek or think about interest in applying. Oh, okay, yeah, they're about quality, they're about equity, they're about high performing, they're about model practices. Yeah, okay, cool. They've got some of those prerequisites. Now I'm willing to look at this. Pardon me. I don't need it. I think the board relations component, especially early in your development, and I think this is natural for many of you that obviously already serve on boards and understand. It'll be helpful for you to be pretty clear with your executive director about what you expect in terms of that relationship. Are you going to get individual sort of briefings in advance of tough decisions? How does that work? How do you navigate all of the rules, the Sunshine Rules, which are incredibly important? I know in our state we had a provision that when you're looking at significant decisions that require a tremendous amount of background information, you can't build a quorum, but you can have a non-quorum conference call to provide facts, no deliberation, but just to provide some runway for folks. So things of that nature, just in terms of how you operate and how the relationship between you and your executive director. Go to the next one. There's only 63 of these practices, so we're getting there. I'm just kidding. There's only 5. This is the last. I have to keep everybody on their toes a little bit. I can drone on. So the 4th practice and then the 5th practice, just quickly, in terms of the school opening, there's a lot of work that goes between the approval of an application and the actual opening of the school. And this is one of those areas that I would like to have gone, if I could get into my time capsule and go back in time. This wouldn't be the first thing I would do, but maybe, I don't know, the 40th thing I would like to do is get better at this as an organization. Because this is one of those places that if you believe in the people and you believe in their applications sufficient enough to approve them, boy, this is a great spot to jump in and help, right? This is where that support and accountability bar, this is where you really supporting them through the opening process or building an ecosystem that can help support them from when you get your approval to when you open your doors. It's really a low-risk proposition in terms of impairing your ability to hold them accountable. If anything, you want them to be successful. You want a smooth opening. You want all of the early funding. You want all these things to be true for them so that those burdens are not being felt on their pre-opening and that they can start with still with a smile on their face or awake. I don't know if you require an applicant interview. Do you require that in terms of, the appellate process includes pretty substantial hearing, but do you require them to be interviewed?
So the quality authorizing standards, we have put in a requirement around a capacity interview. That is something that we had seen previously be intermittently used, but I think at this point, all authorizers in the state are using an applicant interview in their process, and then we do on the appeal side as well.
Okay. The capacity interview is getting the petitioners who are petitioning you to open a school on appellate or direct to sit in a room with staff to go through some key questions that staff and your executive director would have. Like literally worth its weight in gold. It is the single biggest thing that we implemented that really enabled us to separate sort of the wheat from the chaff when it came time to understanding who was actually in the room, who wrote the application, who understood the model, and the type of capacity or human capital they had around this particular challenge of starting the charter school. Yeah.
And I keep doing this just because I feel like for our purposes, trying to figure out what our role is in this new environment. And my understanding, I know at the state board members did not participate in those capacity interviews. And my understanding is that was a NACSA best practice, that we are distanced from those capacity interviews. So the staff does those interviews. So we're not. I know there were legislators asking us if we were going to go and do all of this. And so I just want to be clear, we are not going to be doing that, which is all the more reason for that executive director and that staff to be so
Correct.
high quality, because they'll be doing that good as gold, as you said,
Yep.
interview process.
It's absolutely correct. You're insulated from all that. You obviously read the application, you go through the material, you go through the paperwork, but your staff will build out, what I would imagine, they would build out a recommendation. That is like a findings of fact and conclusions of law. Not to that formal, but that's essentially what it is. And they will include nuances from the applicant interview. Hey, we're recommending not to, and this is likely not a scenario that you'll face given where you are, but just an example. Nobody but one person who was the service provider knew anything about the curriculum, the instruction, the pedagogy when we asked them. Two people showed up to the applicant interview, and both of them are not actually original petitioners. Right? So, no thank you. So examples of how the capacity interview folds into a recommendation that staff make to you based upon the information that they receive. And there's some nuances there in what that looks like under your appellate review. You're going to be involved in some of those meetings in situ, in the actual region or in the school district. It's my understanding that you get to see some of that happen, but yes.
Yeah, and it's a de novo review under our law, so
Correct.
they start from scratch.
You start from scratch. So you could add components of what we're now learning about these practices that influence the strength of a portfolio in that de novo review. Monitoring and intervention. What do I want to say here? Continued oversight, I think, is part of your part of the ethos of how you work with your schools, you've got a legal responsibility for a 5-year review. There's also, I think, room for these annual reviews. Obviously, you get some fiscal data that comes in, not quite on a perfect cycle for these, but that's fine. That's incorporated when it comes in, and then that's presented. You've got two things here that are part of your principles and standards, will be part of your policies. And that is sort of your monitoring and intervention protocols. So what are you looking for and when? By when do you expect to really review the academic? Are you giving them basically kind of 3 years and you're going to do a hard academic review in 3 and then you're going to do a high stakes in 5? Will you look at what will it mean if you do find something? How do you tier your interventions so that they navigate the autonomy, the accountability principles? The intervention protocol that you have, the written agreement that you have, the performance framework that you have, found fantastic foundations that you can bring over in whole, or you can bring over, have a discussion to look at them, and then adapt, adapt, and then adopt. The key here, I think, that we know about the monitoring and intervention, going back to the predictability of it, the expectations incorporated into the charter agreement, your actual contract key, but more than that, that you have that relationship with the schools, and if you do include the site visits, you have a more fulsome picture of performance by having that relationship and having the sort of firsthand story, if you will. It's very challenging if you're focused on outcomes, and that's right and true, and you say this school's not achieving anything, right, or the outcomes are not consistent with our values and they meet the threshold for closure, we're going to bring them before the commission for closure. And the first thing that they say is, you've never even been to our schools. Your staff has never been to our school. I'm not suggesting you're in their school, but we've asked for help. Your staff's never shown up. It doesn't empower you to make a decision that will be a student-centered decision. It ends up getting the process more complex than it needs to be. So having those conditions in place where staff have sort of the feedback, the site visits, to add a dimension to the fiscal, operational, and academic outcomes that you're looking for should be part of your, again, that which separates strong from average portfolios. Okay, I think we're getting to the interactive part. Yay. The piece of the aspirin I want to talk about is your sort of vision and mission for the work. And let me catch up here a little bit. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The next few slides that you have in front of you, I will probably turn off my mouth and then let you do some silent reading rather than going through each of them. But here's what I thought how we would sort of structure this conversation. We would, I have some kind of lay out the reason why I think it's important to have the conversation and make some sort of directional decisions. Again, not a final vision, but some directional decisions. And then I've got examples. I think I pulled in 3 or 4 examples from other independent chartering boards. And again, because you're unique in the sense of you have the appellate role, but I think the examples show you how they have, other authorizers have balanced sort of how do we claim a very compelling future that would sort of animate our work on a day-to-day basis that we think needs to be true for kids in every community across the state. And then how do we then claim our particular role within that broader vision, okay? Giving you some examples that you could read through. And at the end of that, I'll have some sort of some quick questions that we can then discuss. Does that seem like a reasonable approach? Okay. Okay, so just to ground this back, again, our ballast is our principles and standards, a way for us to find a home when things get chaotic. We're right back at the agency commitment and capacity. Your state says, hey, you got to have a clear mission for quality authorizing. All right? Well, what do authorizers who have strong portfolios do? That separates them from authorizers who have average portfolios. Well, they have a mission statement that is specific to authorizing, that speaks to the organization's unique strengths or circumstances, and that this authorizer exists within a larger, or if it exists within a larger parent organization, they have a unique mission statement. It's a little bit different for you, but you'll see I included that because that's how the state board's statement is included. The second is that the mission and vision statements are varied and are likely connected to local context. So you have flexibility to not sort of follow what other states have done. You can do it. But importantly, authorizers are principally focused on authorizing strong schools, but also see explicitly their role as a larger than that function. So again, that's a choice. You can see your role to be much larger than simply authorizing, or you can choose not to. That's ultimately up to you in terms of vision. Okay, so why don't we do this? I'll turn myself off. There's 4 or 5 slides that have examples from other states. And then I've included the sort of legal language around your purpose, which I think is a nice kind of touchstone to come back to and say, what did the legislature declare to be the purpose for these charter schools? And then what did the legislature declare to be the purpose in written law for the commission? And that sort of is the last 2 slides. And then we'll go into the questions. Sound good? Amity?
Yeah, is it a good time to also take a break, maybe? Have we had
Certainly,
that?
yeah. Take a
Yeah.
break and read, and maybe we can reconvene. What time is it now? 11:15?
Lunch is at 12, so
Do you want to do like 11:45, and then we can just sort of set up the conversation and then break for lunch?
sounds good to me.
That gives you 25 minutes or so to break and read? Okay.
Okay, let me bring everybody back together so we can share with Steve some initial thoughts. He's got some questions to ask us. We're going to break after the conversation about mission and vision. We'll have lunch, and then Steve's got some final thoughts for us after lunch. And then at that point, we will move to Angie, who's going to talk about public meetings and public records. So, Steve, would you like to pick up where we were when we broke? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Steve Canavero for the record. Just quickly, and we've got 14 minutes or so before we break for lunch. The last 2 minutes of that, I'll pose sort of the 3 questions that we'll want to come back after lunch and get your direction. Again, these are broad compass bearings. They're not, if you wish, you can give us definitive language, but we'll just be taking notes. And then our job will be to do some drafting of potential vision, potential mission, et cetera, consistent with the direction that you've given, and then work it through the committee to bring back to you as a full body to reconsider. So that's kind of the end point. But over the next few minutes, did any of the examples, and again, I just didn't really have, I took some that were brief, candidly, I took some that were less wordy than others, so there is a little filtering happening here. But of those examples that were provided, did anything speak to you in the sense of language or orientation, et cetera?
Well, I share with you during the break, and not because of knowing the state you're from, but I like visions and missions that really get to a point. What is you trying to do? I mean, what I call decorative language is nice to have, but if I'm sitting here for people to understand that we're out there, everybody knows we're here to provide a great education for every student. I mean, that's part of it. But how are you going to get there? And what are those steps you're taking that are going to differentiate you from your local school system, the state board, or whatever, or whomever you're looking at? And there's a place to it in values and things to pick up some of this language. But I really like statements that really get to the heart and the core of what you're here to do, why you're doing it, why it will make a difference. And I think in doing that, you do communicate the fact that this is to provide for every student an excellent opportunity to get an education. So I just sort of start that way. The Nevada one, to me, got there. And it's sort of, and there's some modification you can do, but that's, for me, is where I went after I looked at all your examples. Go ahead, Wendy.
I would say the Georgia one spoke to me for the most part because I feel like it starts with high quality and leads with students. But I would sort of add a caveat that I like the hold accountable language in Indiana's. So to me, the three important things are, first of all, that we're doing what's right for students. I think that, in my mind, that's the first question we ask. Is this good for the students of Tennessee? The second is a high-quality bar, not barrier. And then the third is that to get that, we have to be not just authorize schools, but hold them accountable.
Steve, let me add one other point Wendy made. I think this is an opportunity for people, when I first got appointed to this board by the governor, I had a number of people in Chattanooga ask me why I was going to work and be on a board, that took away from public schools. And I think the first time that I may have had a conversation with Tess was getting people to understand that charter schools or public schools is critical. Because then all of a sudden, I think you've taken a stigma away, because there's this notion that it's not a public school. And so I agree with your point there. I think that is something that needs to be communicated, and this is the beginning of being able to just make that declarative point that we're talking about public schools, and the charters are part of them. So I want to build off of yours. Thank you for saying that.
And if I could just provide staff context as well, in speaking with the commissioner and her conversations with the governor and his team, stressing also that point, the sector agnostic approach to charter and public, they are all public schools, and to begin to shift the discussion to high quality public school seats, period, it has been a priority in leading up to this work as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I agree with everything that's been said, but there was one set of words, and believe it or not, in Tennessee State Board of Education that is here, that it's regardless of prior achievement. Basically telling students your past doesn't have to define your future. So that was one of the things that I think we need to make sure that we stress is your past is your past, but from this point forward, there is an opportunity for you to have a high-quality education, and you can succeed and be anything that you want to be, and that's what we're here to be for those students.
I love that, Eddie. And the Indiana, to me, leads with students, and it does have the accountability part. But I love in Nevada's that it's more positive language of overseeing dynamic and responsive public charter schools. But back to the Indiana, it just talks about high-performing public schools, so it kind of takes away that charter even label in there. I think we've got a lot to work with here.
I would add on to what Mary said. I thought that Nevada and Utah had the support piece, and Georgia and Indiana were kind of the matter of fact, like we authorize and we regulate. Nevada and Utah are saying we enable and sort of support, and are hoping I think that was the Steve language before, are you helping them be successful after you authorize them?
Other comments?
I'm just wondering, as an activity, if it wouldn't be helpful for you each to rank them in order of 1 to number, as 1 being your favorite to the 5th. I think we have 5.
Could I make a suggestion? Because I like the idea.
I can
but
email it to you.
Could you do that as a
Yes.
homework for us coming out of
I
here?
will make you a survey.
Thank you. I think that would be great.
Just get the commissioners thinking about this. Again, Steve Canavero. On the notion of support, so what I heard is some themes. I heard a theme around students and having that feature prominently in one or more areas across the vision, mission, and maybe some belief statements, as you said, Chairman, as a way to sort of capture some of the detail that you otherwise would miss. The connection with the fundamental fact that charter schools are public schools, and that this is a broader vision around improving public education than just simply, a vision that includes just public charter schools. Accountability. And then I wanted to sort of press a little bit in the support component. Is that some, like, my sense is that if I ask let me ask the question. Do you all want to be viewed as a supportive organization to the charter schools for which you sponsor? Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Yes, but realizing there may be other entities and organizations that are also providing that layer of support. So how can we plug in and not necessarily duplicate what's already there, but be available? And I don't know what that looks like exactly, because I mean I haven't dug in as an authorizer here, but I do think it's important that we acknowledge what is currently in the market in the context of support.
So serving a function like a facilitator, coordinator of matching need with potential service in some way, shape, or form. Like, hey, not us, but there's 3 folks who do a really good job or have historically worked with, or et cetera.
Like you made reference earlier to the Tennessee Charter Center, for example, an entity like that, or there may be other like organizations that provide existing support.
So where I see the challenge is something you mentioned earlier, like where does the support become, we did what you told us to do, and now you're saying we're not good enough. So how do you balance support with not being the reason or an excuse for failure, right? So I don't know where that goes in this, but.
I don't know if it factors into the vision or the mission, could work its way into some of your values or beliefs, that you believe in a supportive environment for charter schools, and also recognize that to the extent that that impairs your ability to honor your principal function of accountability, you will not do that, right? In some fancy yet brief and succinct way. Does that make sense? I just wanted to make sure that was the edge, that yeah, we want to be supportive, yet we also want to honor our principal responsibility around accountability and quality. Okay.
So I guess rather than having Amity do a survey of what we like, because I heard people pull out like different pieces of it, so I guess I was wondering, like, would it just make sense to say, like, if we were to write it and take the pieces from each of them that we liked, would that be a better use of time than having, like, because maybe I really like one part of Georgia's, but I wouldn't rank it higher. Amity's like, no, I like surveys.
No, the teacher in me wants to make a Wordle. No, but yes. I'll send you an electronic form that has both of those activities, and then I think that would be most informative as we come back to you with some options to choose from.
Could I make a suggestion, having written many of these, is rather than trying to sit down and write it out, is to go in, rank the 5, and then go in and have a place to pull out. Yeah. These are individual sentences or lines in all of them that I would like to see incorporated. And that way, I think we've captured sort of a general sense and intent of where we want to go. And because I think we'll probably, most of us come out with the same type of things we're pulling out. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
The former investment banker in me, the saying was, use your eyes, plagiarize.
I have to write that down.
Well, the speechwriter part of me says you do it, and most of the time you attribute where it came from. Okay, Steve.
I didn't realize that was the secret to investment banking, and I could have been an investment banker this whole time.
But not an English teacher.
Correct. Could you hit this, go one more, another one, one more. There we go. Okay, so as we get ready to break for lunch, I'm going to repeat back to you what I think the decisions are around this and see if you're in agreement. Yes is the answer here. The commission does see itself as playing a much broader role within the broader efforts to improve public education across the state. And that would be, we'll wordsmith that, but the direction that we're hearing, we'll take the language that you like, the rank order, et cetera, and we'll try to mock up what a vision statement could look like for you that incorporates that direction. Oh, I was looking for advancing the slide deck. I think I have somebody to do that for me. You see, I'm already halfway to my investment banking future. Now, I also think that we have, as your responsibility to adopt a mission for quality authorizing, I think we've got enough language in the examples that you'll parse out, as well as some of your priorities that we've heard, that yes, here you'll have to honor your responsibility as a very specific role with the appellate authorizer, right? So yes, we want to improve public education for all students. And now, as an appellate authorizer, here's what folks can count on us for, right? Like, in this lane that we occupy, here's how other people in this ecosystem to improve public education, they can rely on us to do this. There is a conversation, likely not for today, but for you to mull on and think about, is you're also you're an appointed commission with a public platform that can achieve certain components that lead towards your vision that are not specifically in the appellate authorizer lane. If you wished to provide and share high quality authorizing resources with the other authorizers, noting that the state board has a formal function there, that could be something that sits next to your appellate responsibilities. You can, and I'm just using examples. I'm not suggesting that this is what you'd want to do, but just to prime the thinking. You could develop really interesting ways of looking at data around pathways for kids, around areas that you think, although you don't have the direct authorizing responsibility, you could issue a report every year, or I don't know, that talks about where, according to your vision, conditions aren't true for kids, that you would like to see things change for kids there. And that may stimulate growth of the charter sector that could come your way through the appellate responsibility. Just sort of giving you some breadcrumbs to think about as you consider a broad vision, a specific statutory charge, and then do you want to have some companion strategies that build out sort of your mission and your operations in order to achieve better outcomes for all students in public schools. And then finally, did you want us to work on, and you can call them what you want, principles, beliefs, or values, but do you want us to build out some of the 4 or 5 of these, okay, I'm getting nods, that sort of honor what we heard, and then and also sort of build in some things that you could think about in terms of beliefs or values that undergird, you as a commission and your staff? Yeah.
Everybody okay? I mean, I'd like to ask you, in doing that, would you look at the state board now and see if there's some things that we can learn from them in terms of principles and things like that, that we sort of carry forward because they're already there. They're good directives to follow, so that we're not necessarily creating something out of whole cloth, but if there's good direction today, let's take that look at it and we build on it rather than starting from scratch. So I would ask you, if everybody agrees, let's have that insight as you put together what you're going to share back with us.
The investment banker in me will use my eyes and plagiarize.
Steve, I just want to mention sort of along those lines, the state board staff has spent quite a bit of time coming up with what we call core values that govern the state board's work. We're happy to provide those to you all to beg, borrow, and steal.
Okay, again, Steve Cambero. Okay, so when we come back, if you have an aha moment over your lunch break, bring that back to the table. We'll move past this, and then we'll start talking about just maybe 10 or 15 minutes, sort of what I think to be the committee assignment agendas going forward, or at least what I would suggest we start thinking about pretty quickly in our subcommittees or our committees, pardon me, that will be developed as the chairman had established 3 of them. So that's it.
Thank you. With that, we're going to break till 12:45. and lunch is ready. And when we come back, Steve is going to finish up his presentation. All right, thank you. All right, so we are at 12:45. Dr. Canavero, if you are ready, I think we are prepared to pick up where we were in your workshop presentation.
I am ready, and I'm going to. Thank you, Hope, sorry. Now that I'm an investment banker, I can't do my own slide advancements. It's
No,
part
Steve,
of-
what I need to remember is the 2-minute warning rule. See, I'll get there, because I've got I need a 2-minute warning before we start, just.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
2-minute warning. You ready now? We good?
We're ready.
Okay, fantastic. So the last part of the aspirin or the pie chart had to do with the policies and procedures that we would adopt. And the commission, and I think the guidance of the chair, has identified 3 committees. I believe you call them committees, not subcommittees. Is that right?
Yes.
Committees. And you've got 3 committees: governance, business and ops, and policies and procedures, or rules and policies, generally. Is that accurate? Okay. And so I've just included in the next 5 to 6 minutes, and then I'll close, the kind of breaking out what I thought to be were some kind of very near-term, meaning 90-day done projects. And understanding that it takes 6 to 9 months potentially, and that for a rule to be adopted, and understanding that that window can narrow a bit if you're basically claiming work that has already been adopted with modest or minor modifications to it. I think really underneath this, you'll see a lot of, hey, these are big topics that we needed to address. We could start addressing them by bringing on the state board's good work, adopting it, maybe fit it within that time period. So come January 1st, you've got a whole set of policies and procedures that look very much like what the state board's been doing, consistent with models across the nation, and you can begin your work. And then again, going back to one of those, what separates strong from average, getting into these annual cycles of, all right, let's bring back up our intervention policy, let's bring this back, and constantly looking at those to then set up your next round of work. So I'll go through what I, again, this is what I kind of saw. Doesn't mean it's everything, and doesn't mean it's, there's some things missing, and it doesn't mean it's everything that will be on the agenda. And then I'll kind of reference what I think to be a committee that would generally be the right committee for a particular topic to land on in terms of its agenda. All right, that's a lot of introduction. I think it was the nachos, which were great, by the way. Okay, so just generally covering our sort of 90-day window here. You've got the committees, you've got 3 of them. I think we were considering 30-day meeting cadence, and Amity, if I'm off on that, then we can correct it later. But getting sort of the committees meeting in between, obviously, your whole commission meetings. There are lots of internal business and operations stuff that you rightfully thought about yesterday and have already started on, so I won't go into too much there, but just know that that's, for the business and ops committee, that's pretty significant. I have organized the next groupings by the standards, the principles and standards for quality authorizing. So again, kind of keeping that ballast going, keeping that theme moving. Our work kind of anchored underneath that, and the policy should animate the actual standards themselves. So under agency commitment and capacity, let me back up. I'm just going to underscore again your ability to just pick right off of what the state board's done and consider that for work. So that will be the starting point for, I think, the subcommittee work, or the committee work. Sorry, we call them subcommittees. I'm going to end up going there a lot. Okay, under agency commitment and capacity, here we've got the mission and vision. I add vision to that now that you've given some direction to provide some drafts, vision, mission, and some beliefs or principle statements. Again, harvesting what the state's already been working on. Got lots of human and fiscal resource work to do on your budgets. Questions around your authorizer fee, your appropriation, staffing of your agency, and then operations of your agency, which you control, and I've got the statutory reference there. That feels a lot like business and operations team, maybe governance around the vision and mission and principles. Again, referencing your committees. Application and decision-making, so you've got a statutory responsibility there. I think this is predominantly for your policy and rule committee. Bringing over the state board's templates for the application, the scoring rubric. There are some things candidly that keep me up at night a little bit. That I know that there's been some work that's happening on this, but some areas that I think that y'all will need to consider defining and or adopting the definitions that are out there that I haven't seen because I didn't get to see everything in looking through the websites and the time I had. Definitions around the best interest provision in law. So there's a provision in law around the best interest of communities, students, or schools. I think there's some language in there that basically has a best interest clause. That for me is kind of an opaque, what does that really mean? Especially if it's something that you're going to be considering.
It's statutory.
Correct.
So, yeah, I don't think there's a definition in the TCA. Yeah. So I don't know if we could define it. I guess we could define
Maybe
what
it
we
would
think
be
it
a
means
state
for
board
us.
responsibility to
I
define.
think it's a legislative responsibility. I mean, I'll let the lawyer.
Angie Sanders, there may be the potential through rule to define that. I think it would be a task. So I would encourage, if you did want to go down that route, to, once you get your general counsel on board, love to have a discussion with them. We could put our heads together and even make a determination about whether that's a route y'all could even go.
Steve Canberra. Or Chairman, you can make a motion to assign that responsibility to Angie today, and we can get that done expeditiously. Again, like I said before, not everything's going to be here, and some stuff's going to be here that you don't need to worry about immediately, but just thought it would, in full transparency, some things that I saw that were like, this would be something I'd be interested in looking more deeply at. Again, kind of rule and policy committee. Pardon me. The performance contract. If I were to identify, it's hard to sort of separate out what's the most key thing or most important component here in this charter world, and your authorizing responsibilities. They're all important. Who you decide to award a charter to, how you oversee them, and what your criteria for performance are. I'm a huge believer that this is where a lot of time and effort should be spent. I think it protects the schools. I think it protects you as the authorizer. It's clear. It states the terms and conditions of your relationship together. It is as important as any contract you in your personal or your business life engage with. Really, really important stuff. So I have it here listed. I think there's some, this will be a rule and policy committee just to review the information that we're required to use. And consider for sort of the future iteration where you do have the responsibilities in your performance framework. So this is one that should take quite a bit of time because this is where you articulate or where the rubber meets the road when you articulate a mission that talks about quality. This is where you adjudicate what quality actually means. It means these things. And I know that there's some interest among the commission to dig into this, really important. And it's important to send the right signals about what your auto termination clause, is that the actual performance standard, or is that the basement, or where does this sit in relation to acceptable, et cetera. So for me, this is an area that will, if you plan to join the Rule and Policy Committee, this is a busy activity. And we have some structures, or at least some advice on how you might be able to have that conversation in a way that gets you along the path, not starting from whole cloth, I think was the term. And then finally, oversight and evaluation. Again, kind of a rule and policy committee work largely. What does your intervention policy look like? So just like the behavioral intervention where you've got like these tiers of, or the tiered interventions that we heard from Dr. Carney, you know, you've got an intervention policy. When someone's out of the scope of their contract and they receive a notice that they're acting outside of the scope of their contract or outside of the performance criteria within a contract, then what happens? And then how long do you give them till they're in breach of their contract and subject to coming before the committee for potential or commission for potential revocation? So here's where you lay out your due process and sort of for cure of deficiencies in performance and across the different aspects of the performance framework. Really important stuff.
Amity, this is probably a question for you. Are there annual evaluations today? Or I know, I've heard about the 5-year and then I know about the 10-year. Are there annual evaluations today?
Yes,
Okay.
they receive an annual performance report.
Good, okay, thank you. And are those public documents once they're created?
Yes.
Thank you.
So glad you brought that up. I have it here as one of the topics that to define what that means. Not define like in terms of a rule or policy, but creating sort of here's what we expect on our annual, here's a template, or here's the, you know, if it's 5 pages, if it's 300 pages, sort of getting all that squared away. The kind of linking it back to, I think, an intent for the commission are related to transparency and reporting. You've got some law and some board policy that help here, and a process for the waivers. So I'm kind of going back to the autonomy discussion and thinking this would be where you'd probably hold some of that as well in terms of how you wish to address it, both in the near term and in the long term. But within the first 90 days, I think the majority of this is bringing over from the state board, getting your foundation built, and then getting into that annual cycle. This is my cheat sheet. If I were giving this to my board, what would I want them to come away with in terms of the sort of high level responsibilities that I want them to hold me accountable for and for me to hold them accountable to, consistent with the vision and mission and our principles of focus on quality. Outcomes always trump process. That's from my perspective, and I know that other people may not share that perspective, but my view is at the end of the day, the outcomes for kids matter, and we can work with you on process violations. Autonomy. The performance contract is the living, breathing, it is the contract that you sign, the school signs. It should be clear, it should be consistent, uniformly applied, and like, again, if there's ballast to this, that's the actual weight itself that holds this ship up. And then finally, all those things lead to your ability to hold schools accountable to produce the kind of outcomes that you think are required. And that is it. Thank you for your attention and your engagement.
Are there questions for Dr. Canavero? Yes.
I just would love, because you've had such a broad amount of experience, not just in Nevada, but with NACSA, would love if you could just share with us some of the lessons learned, just some of the things that if you, based on what you saw and learned, like a couple tips that you would tell us, like don't do or definitely do, other than what we talked about here, like mistakes that you've seen made.
I've got to come like fully open to all the mistakes I've made. Boy, I've made any a number of those. I think having this opportunity. A mistake is not giving an entity like this commission the opportunity that you have in terms of the time period to wrestle with some important parameters about what you accept and what you wouldn't be willing to accept. Because otherwise, you have to develop those on the, like you basically lead by making decisions and establishing a precedent that then defines for the future what your quality standards are and what you're willing to, like, for example, an oversubscribed school that's performing in 2% performance range, clear candidate for closure on the academic outcomes, yet parents are excited for the opportunity. They love it there. Their kids are safe there. They walk to school there. Like how you would vote on those issues, and what kind of information you would need in order to make right what you think is the appropriate vote to approve, to continue to allow the school to operate or not. That leads to what I've seen as some of the challenges, and I've made some of these. There's in your principles and standards, they talk about conditional renewals and the use of conditions. Boy, this is a tough decision. It's reasonable to get there. Tough decision. I can see both sides. You know what? Why don't we do a 10-year renewal, because you don't have any other choice. But let's put some really firm conditions, because we don't think that this is okay for kids, and we're going to require this, all these conditions, and kind of write them into the contract. I haven't seen a lot of examples where those, in my personal experience, where those conditions worked. They did work on highly, litigious situations where if I were to head or recommend to the board an immediate closure, I knew that we were going to be in court, or we would have an injunction against that decision as soon as we tipped our hand that that was a decision to be made. That did require a strategic conversation about, do we just go to court now, or do we continue to refine our systems so that when we do go to court, we're more likely to win? Not really an error, but if the principles say don't use them, the standards say don't use conditions, but sometimes those conditions can, those are ultimately your decision, but sometimes the conditions can be overused. Or conversely, if you're really thinking through a very long strategy, my experience, they were effective, but it took, a number of years to do that. Anything else that you could think of that you're
No, I
curious
would just love, Angie, see, I still think you're my lawyer, Angie's input, because I think that's a little more complicated here, because their statute says you can't put conditions on approval, but I don't know if that applies for renewal. I have no idea.
Angie Sanders. Yes, so that is sort of the wrinkle. The portion of the code that talks about you can't approve based on conditions or contingencies is around the New Start application. But I think that in cases where we're talking about on renewal, there may be creative ways to, you approve for a 10-year term because, like Steve said, you don't have a choice. Can't do a 5-year renewal. But ways to think about corrective action plans or things that you might want to put in place when you're saying yes, but.
The only other, and it kind of, I don't mean to beat the dead horse, but this is how important it is, the performance contract. Really an important document. I mean, it's the legal contract that you have with the school. And at the end of the day, historically, and you've got one that's much better than where we started, which it was a cover letter in the entire application. And remember, the application came in like 6 volumes. I mean, there was nothing there to really get your hand on to say, other than if the school was fiscally insolvent, to say you're not meeting your performance expectations. Oh, well, look at volume 4, page 1,216. I mean, it's all right there. It was just impossible to get your hands around like what the real expectations are, which is where your performance framework is critically important. When we work through the quality conversation, there'll be an important discussion about the signal you send related to quality and what the agreement that signal has with the state's framework if you choose something plus or minus that. And we can talk more about that, but if your expectations are a C or higher, if your expectations are a 46 on your framework, and that has a loose coupling with the state's framework, you just need to understand the implications that has. Not saying you can't do that, but what that means. And it can be problematic when your heart's in the right place by expecting high expectations, and it's different than what the expectations are in another component of the state, and that then you're in a situation where we're not good enough for you, but the state says we're great. That's a tough position to be in. And the only other thing I'll end on is the site visits, because I think having board commission members go to schools, and I think I may have not given the full sort of context. There, in my experience, there are more ways that can go wrong than it can go right. It's not to say that it's not possible, or it's not helpful, or healthy, or great to do. It's just you want to do the pre-thinking to structure those conversations, and you're holding a meeting at a school, or you're invited to a school ribbon cutting, or you're invited to come check out the school. You just want to have close connection and contact with your staff, especially your ED, so that you have a full story, and that your invitation doesn't suddenly bring you, oh, well, no, you came to our school, you said it was great in the hallway, and now you're closing us down. You just want to be thoughtful about how you engage with your schools, to be supportive, to celebrate the heck out of them, to be there for them, and at the same time, make sure that you keep the accountability that you need there. So that's it.
So thank you, Dr. Canavero, very much. And we know we will be corresponding a lot with you over the next several months, and appreciate you being available to us. So for 2 minutes to get Angie Sanders, who's going to come up and talk with us about public meetings and public records.
All right, I think we're ready. All right, so I have the wonderful pleasure of following lunch, and when the lawyer talks, I know there's always the want to maybe fall asleep. So I'm going to try to keep you all interested in this. Although open meetings and public records aren't the most exciting things, it is really important as a member of a public governing body that you all understand these obligations. And I know that you all have varied experiences in terms of public sector, private sector, been on school boards before, worked for a newspaper. So I think some discussion potentially toward the end about some situations that you may have encountered may be helpful for board members, other board members, commission members to hear. But what I'm going to try to do today is give you a short overview of your obligations around open meetings and public records. And feel free to stop me if you have questions, and we'll have a little pop quiz at the end. So if you're looking in your binder, it's under tab 3, about halfway through, or actually it starts, I think, at the beginning because we had to switch things around yesterday. And just do me a favor and don't flip to the very last slide because that's cheating.
We'll just be an open book exam.
Yeah. So we've already talked through these slides yesterday, and we'll go to the next slide. The Open Meetings Act generally is in TCA 844-101, and this states that the formation of public policy and decisions is public business and shall not be conducted in secret. The act applies to meetings of governing bodies, and we'll talk in a second about what those definitions are. Meetings must be open to the public at all times. That is the way that the statute is written, the right to attend, not necessarily the right to participate. However, through your policies, which you adopted yesterday, you are providing a lot of time for, or some time for public comment, time for the public to participate, which I think is a very good idea, although the law doesn't necessarily require that you do that. You also have to provide space that can accommodate the public. and any needs of the public in terms of anyone with disabilities can access that space and be able to come to your meeting. You have to provide adequate notice to the public. That's judged on facts and circumstances. There's not a specific formula. If you check these boxes, it means that you've provided adequate notice, but it's really deemed sufficient if interested citizens are given reasonable notice and the opportunity to attend. I know that probably doesn't tell you a lot, but just think in terms of reasonableness. You have to have minutes that are open to inspection. They have to record everyone present, all the motions, proposals, resolutions offered, results of votes taken. And then all of those minutes are subject to the Public Records Act, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. And then all of the votes have to be public votes, so i.e. no secret votes. You have to either say aye or nay, or if a roll call is requested and or required by your policy, you have to a vocal expression of aye or nay, and so that the public can hear that. Next slide. So we talked about it applies to meetings of a governing body. So a governing body is defined as members of any public body which consist of 2 or more members with authority to make decisions for or recommendations to a public body on policy or administration. So you all are making decisions on policy, so you are a governing body. You also, any of your committees that you create, they're making recommendations to you all as the Charter Commission, and so any meetings of your committees are also subject to the Open Meetings Act and all the requirements that go along with that. Meetings occur when a governing body or a public body convenes to make a decision or to deliberate toward a decision in any matter. Deliberation specifically is examining and consulting in order to form an opinion. So you're weighing arguments for and against a proposed course of action to then come to a decision. That is really the key in terms of whether or not what you're doing is considered a meeting. Are you deliberating to try to form your opinion and come to a decision? The caveat here, this wouldn't apply to like an informational session or a workshop where you're just there to get information. So if you're solely there to listen to somebody give you information and you're not having a discussion and debating the pros and cons of it, then it wouldn't necessarily be subject to Open Meetings Act. So the Open Meetings Act also allows for special called meetings and electronic participation. You have to give adequate public notice of a special call meeting, and in the policy that you all adopted, I believe yesterday, you address special call meetings, and I believe that says something about providing at least 5 business days of notice, and there's maybe a provision there in certain circumstances that you can waive that. But you need to keep in mind when you're providing notice of a special call meeting, not only to your members, but to the public in terms of their ability to know that this is happening and be able to attend if they want to. If a physical quorum can't be present at a regular or special called meeting, there is the potential to allow electronic participation by the members if you determine that the matter is urgent and necessary. So in these cases, and all of this is governed by statute, you have to have a statement of necessity that is read into the record at the meeting. Usually the general counsel or another member of the staff will read that statement into the record, letting the public know why you all are having other members participate by phone. That has to be filed with the Secretary of State's office within a certain period of time. The public has to be able to hear members that are participating via the phone. And all votes in those meetings, regardless of what your policy says, have to be roll call votes. That way the public can know who is speaking and what their vote is. A little wrinkle here is if a physical quorum is present at the meeting, so let's say Wendy couldn't participate, she wanted to call in, but the rest of you were here, that's fine, but she cannot be counted for terms of a quorum. It would only be able to account for an electronic participant by in the quorum if the majority, and you had a statement of necessity.
Why does that matter?
Why does what matter?
Why does it matter if a person Why does it matter if a person who's participating electronically is is counted in the quorum or not? I mean, if there's already a quorum in the room, why does it matter?
So it would matter if there wasn't a quorum in the room and they were trying to have you call in to establish a quorum. They could not do that.
Okay, so you just can't end run the rule,
Yes.
basically? Okay, thanks.
But I was gonna say, but her vote would still count.
Yes, I believe her vote would still count. One other thing is, in terms of the statement of necessity, this is a lot of times something that the State Board of Education, if you can go back a slide, that has to use often for charter school appeals because of the timeline that the State Board is under, which is actually currently 60 days. You all have 75 days, so you've got a little bit longer. Special called meetings that require electronic participation happen a lot. And usually that statement of necessity is we're under a statutorily prescribed time period within which we have to make this decision. Our members reside across the state. You all this is not your full-time job. We know you all have other things on your plate. It's hard to get everybody in person. So we have a special called meeting a lot of times in those situations. Next. So wanted to look through some specific commission requirements in the code that created you all. We've talked about a lot of these things, but you are required to meet at least quarterly with special called meetings as necessary. You're required to live stream all of your board meetings over the internet, and it must be accessible via the commission's website. That is a very unique feature in terms of the open meetings law. That does not apply generally to most governing bodies in our state. The State Board of Education is required to do that. You all are required to do that, and there may be a few other that I'm not aware of, but the vast majority don't have to do that. So keeping in mind that that means that your work is very important, and the legislature has recognized the importance of it and the public's interest in being able to access your meetings.
And I also just want to make a point there when you're all are thinking about your budget, that's going to require you all to think about locations where you can live stream. Mm-hmm. And so that is something that the state board has had to face in terms of a hurdle is when we meet outside of Nashville, where can we meet? How much will it cost? How are we able to bring the requirements required to live stream? And I also want to put a finer point on that, particularly around commission member participation in any public hearings. Although we very much would want and welcome our board members to attend our public hearings, we also are very cognizant of running into Open Meetings Act and being in a place that can't live stream if we're having too many people around. So that's just something that you're going to be working with your staff on.
Yeah, thank you, Tess. Mm-hmm. Things that we have to wrestle with and lessons learned we're
Yeah.
happy to share with you all. Your statute also requires a majority of you all entitled to vote to be at a meeting in order to transact business, and that this is another unique thing that doesn't apply to the state board currently. It requires you to pass a resolution memorializing your approval or denial of every charter school application that you consider. So currently, the State Board of Education receives the executive director's report, and they make a motion to agree with the recommendation or not agree with the recommendation. They take a vote, and that's it. This language is new, and it requires you to pass a resolution. So I think you all will have to work with your staff around what does that look like, and have language probably ready to go in terms of if you all approve it, this is what the resolution will say, and if you don't approve it, this is what it will say. But I encourage you to work with your staff on that. So there's some highlights in terms of exceptions to the Open Meetings Act. One of the big ones is chance meetings. So the law says incidental or unplanned encounters by two or more members are not considered violations unless they evolve into or are used to decide or deliberate public business. It's also very specific that you can't use these chance meetings as an end run around the Public Record or Open Meetings Act. So you can't be like, oh, we accidentally ran into each other at dinner and we just ended up talking about board business. And so therefore, it's not a violation of the Public or the Open Meetings Act. That's not the intent here. The intent here really is if you all run into each other somewhere, because inevitably that happens a lot, you're not all of a sudden in violation of the Open Meetings Act. And we'll talk a little bit more in a minute about an AG's opinion specifically on this issue, because I'll say we get a lot of questions from our board members around dinners and meetings and what do I need to do to make sure that I'm not violating the Open Meetings Act when two of us are in the same room together and we're hearing information, because that's all it requires. Just two of you to be together and it could be considered an open meeting. Also, you can't use email to circumvent the requirements of the act. I'm sure you all know this, but just because you sent it in an email to everyone doesn't then mean that it wasn't a meeting. Email still, you would still be in violation of the act. The other exception is an attorney-client meeting, so you can go into an executive session with your attorney to get legal advice. However, you have to actually make any public deliberation about what your course of action is going to be. So you can go into an executive session, have your attorney give you advice about the different options and the pros and cons, but then you would have to come back into a public meeting to then debate on what you ultimately want to do as a result of that.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
I guess I'm more concerned around attorney-client privilege with this. What if there's a court case, or what if there's some sort of litigious action that's taken towards us, or one that we want to pursue? How do we handle that, given, according to this, it sounds like that would be public record so long as we are deliberating?
So if you're deliberating on the record about, for example, you're in a meeting and you decide we want to approve any legal settlements, you would go into an executive session, have your legal counsel give you their advice about what they think you should do on this settlement, and then you would come back into session without saying, our attorney said X, say, debate whether or not you think you should approve it. Now, communications that your attorney has with you all individually are subject to attorney-client privilege. So when we start talking about the Public Records Act, there may be documents and things that you all receive, communications from your attorney, that are protected. And that is part of why this is an exception to the Open Meetings Act. It's recognizing that there is attorney-client privilege that attaches to a lot of those conversations. It's more focused on the decision itself that you're making as a result of that, but that would have to happen in a public meeting.
So if we want to send an email, let's say there's an article we see, and we want to send an email to the other members of the commission just as information, there's no deliberation, that's okay?
That would be okay.
Okay,
Or you could just send it to staff.
okay. Well, that was the second part, so staff can,
Yes, you can use your staff to disseminate information and make
Okay.
sure, yes.
And that's what we did at the state board, was we would send it to staff to avoid even, because if it has any nuance to it, like if it's an opinion piece, then it can be interpreted as you're trying to influence, right? But I wanted to just give, to answer, or to build out on Commissioner Sisnet's question. I know an example would be with the state board, when the board had voted to close an APP, an education prep program, and that program appealed, we went into executive session with our lawyer at the AG's office, I think, to tell us, like, these are the options. It's on the agenda today for this appeal. These are your legal, you can vote to hear it, you can vote to send to a administrative law judge or whatever. I don't remember what the requirement, but she just gave us that information. It was a one-way street. And then we went out in the meeting and deliberated and decided what we wanted to do. So it was really just informational. And I think a lot of times that's what those executive sessions are, like, here are your options. And when we asked her, I think somebody asked her, like, which one do you recommend? She couldn't even do that, really, to a group, right?
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a different situation because the board was the ultimate arbiter in that decision. So as the attorney, she couldn't give you her opinion because she was going to turn right back around and advocate against one of. So that was a little bit of a different situation. In those types of situations, yes, she could only just give you the information, versus in other situations, she would be able to say, I think you should, this is the option I think you should take, but here's the pros and cons about the others. Yeah. Next slide. So on the next slide, this is just a quick snippet of an Attorney General's opinion that I included in your materials. So it should be toward the back at the end of your slides that I recommend that you all take a look through when you have some additional time. It just provides some additional information about a specific situation around a question of, can you get together and have a meal and casually discuss business? And ultimately, as attorneys do, they don't like to give you a straight answer. And the answer is, well, you just got to be really careful. And you've got to make sure you're not deliberating or discussing public business. You can collect information or generally say, it'd be nice to hear, a presentation on this topic. But I encourage you all to dig into that when you have a little bit more time. I think it provides some good guidance on a question that I know we get a lot from board members. I think another note on this is one thing that the opinion does say is you don't have to have an intent to violate the Open Meetings Act in order to be found in violation. So even if it was an accident and you didn't know that what you were doing was a violation, that still doesn't cure the issue. So speaking of curing a violation, what does the law require if you, for some reason, do realize that there was a problem and you did have a violation of the act? Any act that's taken in violation is null and void. So if for some reason you all made a decision and had a secret vote or anything like that, you would have to essentially do it over. So the law allows for a new and substantial reconsideration of the acts in a public meeting that meets all of the requirements, and that would cure whatever violation happened.
So, so Tom and Chris go have dinner together, and they discuss an issue in violation. We later act on that issue. Their violation would then constitute making the ultimate action by the board null and void?
I think it would depend on the situation. If they had decided how they were going to vote and came in and didn't have that discussion on the record, then potentially. But if they had their discussion, although improper, but then came into the public meeting with the rest of you all and had that exact same discussion, it would be okay. In terms of that wouldn't have been a violation because there was a new and substantial reconsideration of those.
Okay.
So that is all I have in terms of a very high-level overview on open meetings. Do you all have any more questions on that before we dive into public records? Okay. So, the Public Records Act, known as the TPRA. Oh, we lost her. The General Assembly directs courts to interpret the provisions of the TPRA broadly as to give the fullest possible public access to public records. A public record, as defined in the law, is created or received by local or state government as part of transacting official business. Those records are open for inspection by citizens. So I think the key words here really are transacting official business. Whether or not it's in paper or electronic form, the form really doesn't matter. If it's related to the transaction of official business, it's a public record. It doesn't include the device or equipment that may have been used to store or create the record. So someone couldn't make a public records request and say, I want Chairman Grissom's cell phone, and I want to be able to read all the text messages on his cell phone. You can't do that. You would have to provide whatever text messages are related to the transaction of official business as those being public records, but they couldn't obtain your actual phone or your laptop, whatever you use to create that record. This includes records in draft form, so it doesn't have to be the final version of something in order for it to be a public record. It is important, I think, here to point out that this is why it's so important to communicate using your state-issued email. You all have been assigned a tn.gov email address. There are a lot of reasons for that. Number one, anything you do on that, for the most part, if it's related to the transaction of official business, is a public record. So if you email your, husband or wife saying, can you pick up Johnny from soccer practice today using your state government email, that wouldn't be a public record just because you created it on your state email address. But for the most part, creating anything related to the transaction of official business should be on that. Number one, because you are ensuring that those records are preserved in compliance with what state government calls records disposition authorizations. And once you all get a general counsel on board, they will get to dive into that wonderful world of records retention requirements and what can and cannot be deleted and how often things have to be kept before you can destroy them. So by ensuring you're using your state email address, you're not unintentionally destroying something that is a public record prior to the time when it would need to be, when it could be destroyed. It also keeps, if you did get a public records request, you from having to rummage through your personal email to find things, but then also if the Attorney General's office, if you are involved in litigation, having to do that. And then there's also fines in the law if records are improperly destroyed in not within the time that the records disposition authorization would allow. So the next slide talks about generally what the law requires of state agencies. It says all state, county, and municipal records shall at all times during business hours be open for personal inspection by any citizen of this state, and those in charge of the records shall not refuse such right of inspection to any citizen unless otherwise provided by state law. So I've pulled out sort of the big pieces of that here. The records custodian has a right to deny a request to inspect and or copy public records to a non-citizen, so someone who's not a citizen of the state of Tennessee. However, it doesn't have to be that you deny in those cases. That's really up to you all. Again, I know we talked yesterday about this new public chapter that requires you to adopt rules on public records. You could say in your rules that we're not really going to care whether or not you're a citizen. We'll go ahead and fulfill your request. Or we want to see a copy of your driver's license to prove that you are a citizen of the state of Tennessee, and then we will fulfill your request if we have it. That is something that you all will need to clarify in your rule. Also, there's a presumption of openness. The way the law is written is that it's presumed that something is a public record, and you have to prove that it's not if you are going to deny it. And a citizen can take you to court and sue you over a denial, and the burden is on you to prove that your denial was valid, that these records are not subject to the Open Meetings Act or Public Records Act. All right, next slide. So here are some examples of public records. The first one I want to point out, because you all are getting ready to go through a hiring process for your executive director, those records, those applications, those resumes, those are public records. Things that we'll talk about in a second, you can redact personal like address and phone number information if someone were to request that, because personally identifiable information is not subject to the act. That would be an exception, but they can receive their name and their application and their resume.
Angie, may I make a note
Sure.
here? Having gone through this, also notes that you make as you are on a selection committee and you write out, whatever, those notes can be taken up in our public records. So you really have to be careful because we're going to be talking about that later today. So this part is there, but also the other part about as you're a member sitting there, notes and things you make can be taken up and become part of a public record.
The next thing, like the fourth or fifth thing down here is documents. Anything you're creating pursuant to your official government business is a public record. Emails, text messages, travel information, meeting agendas, minutes, budgets. These are all public records. The next slide talks about common exemptions. I'm not going to run through all of these, and this is just sort of to give you a little bit of a flavor of this, but a couple that I want to point out is the fourth one down, which is certain student records. FERPA is a federal law that protects student information from public disclosure student records. Because you all will be an LEA, you will have access to a lot of student information, student records. you need to be very careful about making sure that any student information is redacted from a public document before you would provide it. And in a lot of cases, student information, like a student's cumulative record, those are pretty much fully protected under FERPA. So keeping that in mind is a really big deal. Another thing is personally identifiable informations of individuals of state, county, or public employees. So that's your personal address, your personal phone number, your personal email. If obviously your state email, the ways in which the public can get in contact with you through official means is not an exception. I'll say that there are a lot of exceptions. In 2017, the legislature asked the Comptroller's Office to do a study of the number of exceptions to the Tennessee Public Records Act, and they found 538 that are just in the code. So that doesn't include all the other places that exceptions live, like the rules of criminal and civil procedure, any agency rules, Supreme Court rules, common law, federal law. There are lots of other places so for example, the attorney-client privilege, the exception for anything that's attorney-client privilege, that isn't necessarily laid out clearly in the statute. That's more of common law and rules that are created outside of the code. The next slide talks about response requirements. So what are your obligations as a state agency under the Public Records Act if you are to receive a request, which I'm sure at some point you all will, and hopefully you'll have your rule in place by that point. But the records custodian who you will identify in your rule, in some cases that can be your executive director. In the case of the state board, I'm the records custodian as the general counsel. They're required to make records available upon request. If it's not practicable to make those records available as soon as you receive that request, you have 7 business days to respond. And there's 3 different ways that you can respond. You can say, within 7 days, here you go. You can deny the request and give them the reason for the denial, or respond with the time reasonably necessary to produce. So in a lot of cases, we receive, as the state board, as an example, requests for files of teacher licensure discipline cases that we handle as a board. And a lot of times that's a lot of information. A lot of times it has a lot of student information in it, a lot of personal information. We need time to redact that. It just takes time. So we'll respond and say, we'll get this information to you within 14 days. And then within those 14 days, we will then send them a copy. I'll say there are specific grounds for the denial. You can't just say denied. You have to tell them why, and it has to be a permissible reason. Those reasons are you're not the custodian of those records, so you've asked us for something that we don't have, and so therefore we're denying your request. You can't identify any responsive records. There is an encouragement to try to seek clarification from the requester. Before just saying we're denied because we don't know what you're asking for, go back to them, ask for clarification, and then if you still can't figure out what they need, then you can deny on that basis. The records don't exist. I want to point out here that just because someone makes a request of you under the Public Records Act, if it's not something that you have, if it would require you to go out and create an entirely new document, you don't have to do that. So again, using teacher licensure discipline as an example, this is just probably the most common place in which we receive public records requests at the state board. They'll say, well, I want an Excel document that lists all of your actions that you've taken on these people in this LEA for this reason. We're like, well, we don't have that. Here's what we do have. We're willing to provide you what we have that may, you can sort of glean that information, but we don't have the exact thing that you're asking for, and we're not required under the act to go out and create that record specifically for that person. You can deny because they're not a citizen or they won't provide proof of citizenship. So they've said, I am a Tennessee citizen, but they're not willing to provide you their driver's license or any kind of proof. And then you can say the records are confidential under state law and cite that whatever that law is. They can also ask to inspect records instead of receive copies of them. So they may, for differing reasons, either they know it's going to be a lot of money, because you are allowed to charge reasonable costs for copies, to ask to come in and look at those records instead of pay to have you all make copies. And so that is something that you would have to comply with. All right, don't look ahead to the next slide if you're in your materials. And we'll run through these one time because there's actually, I'll just.
Is this our pop quiz? It is. She wasn't here.
So this is your pop quiz.
The pop quiz.
All right, so I'm a board member, or a commission member in you all's case. And we're gonna talk about what's a public record and what's not. So I send this photo of my insanely cute little boy to another board member because I'm like, he's just so cute, look at him. I do this on my state cell phone or my state email. Is this a public record?
Well, is that a 6-month performance review?
Is this performance review? Yes. That's correct. This is not a public record because even though I sent it on a state device or using my state email, it is not related to the transaction of official business and therefore not a public record, although I'm happy to share with any reporters and or interested public photos of my cute children. Okay, the next one are text messages to my fellow board member debating a board meeting agenda item ahead of tomorrow's meeting. That's an easy one. So yes, this is definitely a public record. You are deliberating. You are related to official business. Even if it's on your personal cell phone to your board member, other fellow board members' personal cell phone, that doesn't matter. It's still official business. So, extra credit. Who can tell me what else is wrong with those text messages? That's right. The other attorney in the room gets it right. It is also a violation of the Open Meetings Act because you're deliberating. You're trying to decide, weigh arguments for and against. So not only are you creating a public record, but you are violating the Open Meetings Act through that.
See the actual content to be able to.
So I want to leave it open for questions. Any more questions that you all might have on that?
I was out there just creating public records. Confidentially, quietly.
I do have one question. So it sounds like it doesn't matter whether you use a personal device or a government issued device. For that reason, I presume state board members, as we don't need any type of special device, we can just use our personal devices.
Yes, so we don't issue our board members state cell phones. They use their cell phones to access their state email. But yes, you don't need a specific device. You can pull up your state email on your personal computer. Just be mindful, again, of making sure you're using your state email to communicate, and then any documents, things that you create on your personal computer, that you're preserving those things and you're not getting rid of them unless your general counsel says that that would be something pursuant to records that disposition that you could destroy at some point. But do not destroy anything. Do not delete. Just be safe and keep it.
So on that, just because I'm a little OCD when it comes to my email, I do delete things out of the inbox, which goes to the trash. But the policy of the state system preserves that on the server. We can't permanently delete it, correct?
There is a way to permanently delete.
Oh,
But as long as you're not removing it from your trash can and permanently deleting it, I think that, and you would have to check with your general counsel to be sure. I think there's also ways that you can move things into other folders, so you're not necessarily sending them to the trash can. But yes, if it's in the trash can, but it's not permanently deleted, my understanding is that it still lives.
Other questions? Angie, thank you very much for that overview. Now, do members want to take a break, or can we move in and pick up the next session with Joanna Collins, which is about conflict of interest, because we've all been dying to turn these forms in. And you're here now. And we're just waiting to do it. So do you want a break, or can we move on? Okay, Joanna, you're up. If you would
Hello.
mind sharing for the record your name,
Sure.
your position, and the agency you're affiliated with.
Yes, Joanna Collins, Assistant General Counsel for Procurement with the Tennessee Department of Education. I've been there about 5 years, and I was actually at the state board before that, and so I know Ms. Tucker. I'm going to be talking about ethical obligations today. The alternate title for this presentation could be use your common sense and professionalism that you're already doing every day in your jobs and lives. And I know that a lot of you also serve on other boards and commissions, and so some of this may be a refresher for you, but I'll never turn down an opportunity to go over some practical ethical guidelines and best practices. Because as you know, in government, accountability and transparency, are the cornerstones. And so while I don't anticipate that there would ever be any intentional issues, we want to make sure everyone's aware of general guidelines so that there's no, some of these things can be a bit tricky, especially when it does come to conflicts of interest. There can be some nuance there. So, and I heard that you all read ahead and started filling out your conflict of interest forms, so I was excited. Yes. So after my presentation, we'll pick that back up. But this should be pretty easy breezy for everyone. Okay. Am I?
She's gonna be.
Oh, okay. Ooh, fun. Okay. This room setup is quite fancy. There are so many screens. I'm glad they don't have my face on them. Do I just...
Yeah, just tell her.
Next. There's no good way to... Next. That was just a disclaimer that I'm not your attorney, but I'm sure that you've already covered that. I know you would like me to be, but I'm not. In the authorizing statute for the commission, so each member of the commission shall review the public charter school applications, hear appeals, and carry out member duties in a fair and impartial manner. And before beginning your term of office, sign a conflict of interest agreement, agreeing to carry out your duties basically in a fair and impartial manner. And so, what does this mean exactly? So, you're going to be reviewing the applications against the objective criteria that's in the rubric. Of course, you'll be using your expertise to determine whether the application meets the metrics as outlined, but not inserting your subjective opinions into the process, and ensuring that there's consistency in your decision making. So looking to precedent, so making sure that applications are, similarly reviewed. And so I work for procurement for the Department of Education, and so a lot of this is very familiar to me, that when we are accepting bids from vendors, we'll create an objective rubric. We will have a committee score against the rubric, but outside knowledge, independent research is not something that you want to insert into the process. So if you don't particularly like a vendor, or you look at look them up and do research on your own, that sort of thing is not permissible. You're supposed to look at, what does the application say, what are the facts, what is your rubric, and score against that. So fair and impartial. Similarly, the commission is authorized to procure goods and services if needed. So this would include professional services, consulting, and the commission will develop written procedures for procuring. So a cornerstone of contracting is competitive bidding, and so that's always the place that you start. And so you'll want to make sure, and I'm sure a lot of you, especially if you've worked in districts, you're familiar with this, either getting bids or having some kind of application process. And so I don't know the extent to which you will be procuring services, but there might be situations in which you need consultants or additional support for the work that you're doing. So something to keep in mind. And now we get to the long-awaited topic of conflicts of interest. So in the statute, conflicts of interest by virtue of office or employment, this is the easy one. So no elected officials, no state employees. Did we all pass the first test? Okay, so sadly, I cannot be on your commission because I am a state employee. Maybe one day. I intend to be in my job forever until they tell me to leave. So getting into the more nuance, as you probably know, conflicts of interest can either be an actual conflict of interest or perception. And so just thinking about everything in terms of accountability to the public and transparency, what would this look like to an outside party, the public that's watching the work that you're doing? So examples of behaviors that could be, risky areas to avoid. So any kind of ex parte communications. So making decisions or communicating with applicants or vendors, other parties outside of the formal processes. Of course, you heard Angie's presentation on open meetings, so a lot of that is already going to be covered. But I know you're also citizens of the world, and so you may, have people reach out to you. And so just making sure that, if you are procuring services, for instance, and a vendor reaches out to you directly, you're going to want to, talk to your attorney. And then, of course, soliciting or accepting any gifts, favors, rewards, emoluments, anything of value from either applicants, vendors, lobbyists, etc. So, at the state, working in contracts, occasionally vendors will send us, hey, here's our holiday gift basket. And I'm like, here's it back. Enjoy the gift that you just tried to give me. And really this is anything of value. So, if they want to pay for you to go to a conference or something like that, you're going to want to check with your counsel. Using your position, information, government property, anything for your private gain or interest, which I can't imagine will be a problem for any of you. Any kind of preferential treatment to applicants, vendors, or any other party, impeding government efficiency. Government is known for its efficiency, and so do not dare impede it. Or otherwise affecting the confidence of the public in the integrity of government. So, that's just kind of a general catch-all. You all obviously conduct yourselves with professionalism every day in your work, and you're all here because you care about education and kids. And so, again, no concerns, but do not undermine the confidence of the public in government. Keep that in mind. Okay. So I'm just going to read the actual, so your commission.
I'm not sure that rule is working.
Your commission policy, so you reviewed and approved your commission members' policy yesterday, which includes the conflict of interest disclosure section. So I'm just going to read it, even though you've all already read it. So in order to assure that any appearance of conflict of interest is avoided, and in order to assure that any indirect interests are publicly acknowledged, each commissioner shall complete the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission Conflict of Interest Disclosure Statement. Each commissioner shall amend his or her disclosure because of termination or acquisition of interest of which disclosure is required. So just a few notes on this. So, I mean, this would include any professional relationships, personal relationships, employment, ownership interests, service on boards, family ownership interests, receipt of grant funds, and of course, you're going to, consult with your commission council as needed. I'm sure that's been a broken record point. Did you have a question? Yeah.
I do, just for, I know we're charged with updating this, but right now, the commission doesn't do any of this stuff. So I don't think anybody is gonna have a yes on any of this because we don't actually have any schools, we don't actually license with anybody, do business with anybody, right? I mean, so right now, it's gonna all be a no, and then, say my husband worked for KIPP, the school that we're gonna take over. Like, right now, my answer would be no here legally until we actually take over that school, right? He doesn't work for KIPP, by the way.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, and I'm glad that you said that, is that the disclosure is an ongoing obligation. So typically, the way that it works, I mean, with procurement, so you won't know in advance who's going to bid on your RFP, right? And so at the time that you are reviewing that your review committee gets together and you look at, okay, here are the 5 vendors that have applied. And then you say, okay, this one, I worked in a school district 10 years ago and we used this company, and then this person, sort of thing. And so you are kind of looking at it on a case by case basis and updating your forms as needed. But as you mentioned, if there are no parties currently that you know of that you would have a conflict of interest with, then
Well, on the form, though, the only one that doesn't get a no is the very last one. Yes, just want to make that,
I mean, as far as relationships.
exactly. That's correct.
Yeah, and so in terms of your disclosures, your responsibility as a commission member is to list every possible conflict of interest, but not to make the final determination about whether a conflict of interest does or does not exist. That is going to be up to your council. And so there are situations in which you may have a relationship that you identify, but it's such that it is non-significant or would not impact your work, but you're going to want to go ahead and just put it down anyways. There are other situations in which there might be a potential mitigation, that you're not going to have to be removed from the board and not able to do the work, but like perhaps you would have a recusal from a particular vote or something. So there might be mitigation strategies in place, but really you want to just put down everything that could, like if you say, hey, could this be a potential conflict of interest? If you're asking that question, just go ahead and put it down, because it's not going to hurt anything to go ahead and put it down. But talking about perception, I mean, of course, it always looks worse and is worse if later down the line something comes up. Well, this commission member had this relationship. And if you've put it on the disclosure form, you've talked about it with your attorney, you've put some kind of mitigation strategy in place, that's always going to be better. And so, yeah, because we've had folks for RFPs before say, well, I've had this personal relationship, but I feel like I can still do this. I'm not going to put it down. And it's like, no, just put it down on the form and then consult with your attorney, and they'll make the determination about whether or not it's actually a big deal or not. Okay. What are the consequences for violating your ethical obligations besides moral sadness in your heart? So a breach of your oath or failure to adhere to the ethical obligations may subject you to removal from this commission, which would obviously be very bad. And also any applicable criminal statutes. So, if you're accepting bribes, obviously that's beyond me. I can't help you at that point. I will not bail you out of jail, mostly because I don't know how, because I mostly review contracts. So good luck.
She is the best contractor.
So, kind of just the last note before we get to the form. So, again, professionalism, making public comments, including any use of social media. Just make it clear that you're speaking in your own capacity as, citizen of the world. You're not speaking on behalf of the board, the department, the commission. I don't post a lot on social media, but, if you are weighing in on matters of public import, as you are welcome to do, as people, just make it clear, like, my opinions are my own and nobody else's. So, that's that. Anyone want to fill out their forms? Does everybody have a form? Apparently, they're all just blank, except for the last one. But yeah, I mean, I think, Ms. Tucker, I'm glad that you brought up that point, that at this point, you don't know who the appeals are going to be coming from. And so, again, you're probably going to want to look at this on a case-by-case basis every time it comes up and make sure that there aren't any, it's the same with the textbook commission. I mean, you don't know what publishers are going to be submitting bids in advance. And so just remember that it's an ongoing obligation and you are never free from your obligation to fill out this form. So this is not a one and done. Keep filling it out forever. Okay. That's all. Was that easy? Did we all pass the ethics test? I don't have a pop quiz. I cannot peer into your hearts. You all seem great, though. You've passed my test.
Thank you so much. That was-
Mr. Chairman, could we
Yes.
have Joanna after lunch from now on?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea, Eddie. I'm with you. So let me ask the commissioners. We've got business we need to conduct. Would you like to take a short break before we do that, or step into the business that we need to do as a commission?
Is this the last bit of business?
This is the last bit of business.
Yeah, let's just knock it out.
Okay. All right, so, Amity, I want you to, I've been following my notebook as best I can. So without objection, the committee of the whole is dissolved, and we're going back into formal session to vote on certain matters that relate to the commission. Do I have any objections to doing so? With no objections, we are now back in to conduct some formal business.
With Mr. Levine out of the room, I think we should voluntold him for everything.
Oh, don't worry. All right, the first order of business is, everybody's been sent an outline of meeting dates for the 2020 calendar year. They were in the materials. I'll go through them again. Wednesday, April 22. Wednesday, June 24. Wednesday, August 26th, and August 27th. Wednesday, October 28th, and October 29th. And finally, Wednesday, December 2, and December 3. I hope everybody had a chance to look at these. I will entertain a motion to approve. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I've added 2-day meeting blocks as you get closer to January as a precaution, anticipating the urgency of the work and the short runway that the commission is working on. It's possible that we could always drop the second day as necessary, but I've added them for that precaution. That's why they're different than the rest of the other formats.
Are you anticipating, Amity, these meetings will be probably in Nashville?
Probably.
Okay.
But again, we can talk
Right.
through location.
But we ought to at least go with the assumption that we will be in Nashville for these.
That's correct.
knowing
This
that-
room is booked for the April meeting already.
Okay.
So the April meeting will be
April
in
is
this,
for sure back
at
here,
this
okay.
location. Yes, sir.
Yes, Wendy.
I may need to, I don't know yet if I have a conflict on the June 24th, so I can take that up with you. The National
Yeah.
Alliance of Public Charter Schools Conference is that week. I'm speaking at that conference and I don't have the confirmation of the day. If it's that day, if it's the day before, I'll just fly out after, but
Thank you.
I'll give you the heads up as soon as I know.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So we've got a meeting date set for 2020. Next, I'd like to talk about committees. And I'd like to read into the record, if I may, just a general statement about committees and broad areas of responsibility. The first one I want to talk about is the Governance Committee. This committee will serve as what I'm going to call a comprehensive body to look and assess us as a commission. To monitor and maintain board-wide adherence to governance best practices, to conduct a board self-assessment either annually or at least every 2 years, to create the annual board calendar, working with staff, that we presented to the full board for approval, and that has to be done by the 15th of October. Review and recommend changes to bylaws and board policies at least every 2 years. And then articulate responsibilities of individual board members so that we all remain very much focused on the things that we are here to do to be able to meet the goals of this commission. So that is the outline. Anybody want to add anything else to that? Chris, anything you want to add?
Sounds good.
Thank you. The two commissioners to serve on that are Chris Richards and Alan Levine, and Alan will serve as the chair. Let me go next to the business operation. I'm using the notes, Amity, that you all share with me, which I think is a good beginning point. Business Operating Committee, and it's also now called the Hiring Committee, will work with staff and a search firm, which we approved yesterday, to vet resumes and applications, conduct pre-interviews, and bring a recommendation to the full committee for hiring. The committee will work with staff to begin the stand-up for the commission offices, and will be a body that looks at budgeting and the items that go with that for us. I would make a note here that while the committee members that we appoint are the ones who will be voting, any commissioner can go to the meetings, they just cannot vote. I'm anticipating that if we are interviewing and looking at candidates for an executive director, if we are bringing in background material on a general counsel, that there may be interest of other commissioners to, be in some of those sessions to sit there and observe, but the only people voting will be the 3 people being named this committee. The committee is Derwin Sisnett, Eddie Smith, and Mary Pierce, and Mary is going to serve as the chair. The third committee is the Rules and Policy Committee. The Rules and Policy Committee will work with the state board staff and general counsel to make recommendations to existing policies and rules that may become the purview of the Public Charter Schools Commission. When ready, the committee will direct staff to bring rules and policies back to the commission for review. I want to add a note here is that I was made aware that the State Board of Education has been doing considerable work on looking at rules and regulations. I think for us that's good, that those come to us. When they do, then we may be able to only have to read them one time, but we'll come to that when we get there. That means that probably for the balance of this year, we'll look at those. If we need to make some revisions, we can do that. But probably this becomes more effective as we get into our second year. So we've got rules and regulations set. We approved some yesterday, so we can start operating. And then we continue looking at other areas where we might, once we get fully functional, things that we identify that might be more useful to us. The committee members are David Hanson, Wendy Tucker, and Terrence Patterson is going to serve as the chair. So those are our committees. I would entertain a motion to approve. I have a second.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Noes? Ayes have it. Thank you all for agreeing to serve. I got a few other comments, like I said, based on some things from yesterday. Wendy, when you brought up the comments we heard from legislators about wanting to know what we're doing, my suggestion, if the commission agrees, is I'd like to reach back out to Brent Easley, who serves in this role, and say, you were there, you heard, we talked about this. I would like to ask you to help give us guidance and direction of how to communicate back, the best way to do it. It probably, I would say, since he serves in this role for the governor, and the governor created this commission, that taking his advice as to what we ought to do, and then clearly wanting from the Department of Education their input as well. But I wanted to sort of share that thought back after thinking about it last night.
I personally think there are a few people who know that world better than Brent, so I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
I mean, I do think we may wind up hiring somebody, but I think
Yes,
Brent could
Just
definitely give us
to
that
your point
guidance.
yesterday, that
Yeah.
we've got, we're able to, to be able to do what we need to do, but let him take that guidance for us. Amity shared with me that at our probably next meeting, NACSA will come in and do a presentation for us. So we talked about that yesterday. We discussed that, so I want to share with committee members, to be prepared for that. If you have follow-up questions for Dr. Canavero, Amity is our contact point to share those with her. Then she will contact Steve with our questions. That way we've got one point to bring it to. And so Amity, I expect there are going to be questions, Steve, coming back to you, but I wanted to make sure that all commissioners were aware of the best way to communicate. Yes, ma'am.
With your permission, Mr. Chair, as the questions come in, and this is related to questions for Steve or any issues around the commission, my preference is to summarize all questions asked without attaching a commission member's name to it
Yes.
with the answer and sending it back out on your weekly staff updates. That way
Yep.
you're all aware of the information that has been shared and exchanged during the course
I
of a
think
week.
that's great. Thank you very much. We had a question yesterday about what do we do with people who want to come and speak? What kind of approach we want to have, what kind of time limit, things like that. So I asked Amity, and we may have discussed this yesterday, to look at current ways that other boards and commissions in the state look at it. If there's other examples, best practices, bring that back to us as a commission to review, and then decide, what type of an approach we'd like to take. Staff input will be greatly appreciated here. So I wanted to come back with that one. See if I've got anything else here. Those are the other things I wanted to share with you all this afternoon. So now let me open the floor to other questions or comments.
One meeting and you already look at me first. That's amazing. It took fielding like 2 meetings to do that. My only question is, there are some follow-up questions on some of the data from yesterday. I don't think I was the only person that had some. Should we,
Yeah.
you weren't here for that, but should we direct that to you to go to the gentleman who did the data? Okay.
Dr. Schaff.
Yes, he was eager to give
yes.
us what we wanted, but I have.
He was.
I have a short
And
list.
probably, I don't know if anybody took that note, but there were, I asked one about teacher retention, things like that.
Yep.
That, Steve, I know you talked about that, I think, in part of yours today, but
I
yes,
had-
so there's some
yeah.
questions there.
I had some,
and-
the discipline data around percentage of students disciplined, not just it was done as a student number instead of an incident number, and so looking
Right.
at the incident number too.
So
But
there
I'll
was-
email you
yeah.
it.
All
There was-
charters minus the ASD, right? Is that how it's packaged?
I don't think it's specified minus the ASD.
No.
That's a good question.
Right. I think what we'll find as we go forward, because of just these 2 days with the focus on, measurements and really accountability, that the data sets are going to be really important. So I would anticipate that we'll come back with a number of other things that we would like to have tracked and be shared back with us. Do other commissioners have other questions or comments?
I'm back. I just want to thank the state board staff and the department staff on, I know we all feel this way, just for, I know these guys are working with an executive director out on maternity leave in the middle of a legislative session. So I just want to thank them for the time that they have spent trying to educate us. I really appreciate it.
Definitely. And Mary Elam, our unsung hero who made sure we ate well for 2 days, I think she's packed up and she's transporting food for the 4th time in 2 days. And Hope, our wonderful board clerk / director.
Well, let me echo what Wendy said. Thank you all. This is a great beginning. I hope everybody feels that way. I think we've made a lot of progress. I've learned a lot in the past 2 days. And to those of you to my left, thank you very much. I know you have day jobs. And we appreciate the time and attention that you've given us for these 2 days. And for some of you, you're going to be seeing a lot more of us. We know that. But thank you. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Anybody opposed? Well done, everyone. Thank you.